My name is Carter Bellamy, and this happened in 2017, deep in the Allegheny National Forest in Pennsylvania. I'd been RV camping for years, usually as a way to disconnect from the noise of my everyday life. I was the kind of guy who thrived on solitude, maybe too much, if you ask anyone who tried to date me. At the time, I was between jobs, so I figured a week in the woods would give me a chance to reset. I'd parked my rig in a secluded spot near the Hickory Creek Wilderness area, where the trees stretched so tall they seemed to scrape the sky. It was perfect, quiet, peaceful, and most importantly, no cell service to remind me of all the bills I couldn't pay. The first few days were uneventful. I spent my time hiking, cooking over a small fire, and reading a dog-eared copy of Moby Dick I'd been meaning to finish for years. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds, the occasional rustle of deer in the underbrush, and the soothing hum of the creek nearby. But by the third evening, that peaceful solitude started to feel off. You ever get that feeling like you're being watched? I chalked it up to too much caffeine and not enough human interaction. That night, I woke up to the sound of something tapping on my RV window. My first thought was raccoons. They're crafty little bastards. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside, barefoot and still half asleep. The night air was cold, and the forest around me was unnervingly silent, like it was holding its breath. I swung the flashlight beam around, but saw nothing. No raccoons, no deer, not even a branch swaying in the wind, just darkness and the faint smell of damp earth. I told myself I'd imagined it and went back inside, locking the door behind me. The next morning, I found something on the ground near my RV, a pile of small rocks arranged in a circle. In the middle was a rusty hunting knife, its blade pitted and dull, like it had been left out in the elements for years. My stomach twisted. Maybe it was some kind of weird prank, hunters or other campers messing around. I told myself that had to be it, though I hadn't seen another soul since I'd arrived. Still, I kicked the rocks away and tossed the knife into the brush. If someone was trying to mess with me, I wasn't going to give them the satisfaction of freaking out. By the afternoon, I'd shaken it off. I hiked a few miles, took some photos of wildflowers, and tried to convince myself the incident was nothing more than a one-off oddity. When I got back to my RV, I noticed something that stopped me cold. My folding camp chair, the one I'd left sitting by the fire pit, had been moved. It was now positioned at the edge of the clearing, facing the dense woods. The implications hit me like a punch to the gut. Someone had been here. Someone who wasn't me. I scanned the area, heart hammering in my chest, but saw no one. The ground was hard-packed and covered in leaves, so there were no footprints. I told myself it was the wind, or maybe I'd moved the chair myself and forgotten. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. That night, I locked the RV door and jammed a folding knife under my pillow, just in case. Around midnight, I heard it again. The tapping. This time it was louder and more deliberate, like someone was knocking with a purpose. My pulse spiked as I reached for the knife. The sound stopped abruptly, and the silence that followed was even worse. I stayed frozen in my bed, straining to hear anything. A footstep, a voice, even the snap of a twig. But there was nothing. After what felt like hours, I finally drifted into a restless sleep. The next morning, I found another pile of rocks outside the RV. This time, there were no knives, but the rocks were arranged in the shape of a crude arrow pointing toward the forest. My first thought was to pack up and leave, but my stubborn streak kicked in. I wasn't about to let some joker scare me off. Instead, I grabbed my hiking boots, a water bottle, and the knife I'd slept with, and I followed the arrow. The trail led me deeper into the woods, farther than I'd ventured before. The air was cooler here, and the canopy overhead was so thick it blocked out most of the sunlight. The path wasn't marked, but it seemed deliberate, like someone had cleared it long ago. After about an hour, I came across a clearing. In the center was a small, dilapidated cabin, its wooden walls dark with rot, and its roof partially caved in. It looked abandoned, but the sight of it made my skin crawl. I approached cautiously, the knife clutched tightly in my hand. The windows were shattered, and the door hung off its hinges. Inside, the air was damp and smelled of mildew. The floor was littered with debris, old cans, tattered clothing, and what looked like animal bones. On the far wall, someone had scrawled words in faded red paint, "Leave them alone." I didn't stick around to figure out what that meant. My fight-or-flight instinct finally kicked in, and I hightailed it back to the RV. By the time I got there, the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the clearing. I decided then and there that I was done. I'd pack up in the morning and find a nice KOA campground with actual people around. That night, the knocking didn't come from the window. It came from the RV door. 3 slow, deliberate knocks. My blood turned to ice. I grabbed the knife and my flashlight, debating whether to open the door or stay put. Then a voice called out, a man's voice, calm but chillingly casual. "You shouldn't have gone to the cabin," he said. My mouth went dry. I didn't respond, hoping he'd think no one was inside. But then he spoke again, louder this time. "I know you're in there. You've seen too much now." Panic surged through me. I flicked off the flashlight and crouched in the dark, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure he could hear it. The knocking stopped, and for a moment there was only silence. Then came the sound of something heavy scraping against the side of the RV, like metal dragging on metal. I clutched the knife, praying the door would hold. When the noise finally stopped, I waited for what felt like hours before daring to peek out the window. The clearing was empty, but my RV's door was scratched and dented, like someone had tried to force it open with a crowbar. I knew I couldn't stay another night. At first light, I packed up and left, speeding down the narrow dirt road without looking back. A week later, I still couldn't shake the unease. I'd reported what happened to the local authorities, but they didn't seem interested. "Probably just some squatters," the sheriff had said. But I couldn't let it go. I started digging online, searching for any information about the area, the cabin, or similar incidents. What I found made my blood run cold. Over the past decade, there had been multiple disappearances in and around the Hickory Creek Wilderness. Hikers, campers, even a few hunters, all vanished without a trace. The only common thread was the mention of strange rock formations and an abandoned cabin deep in the woods. Theories ranged from cult activity to deranged hermits, but no one had ever been caught. I'd barely escaped, and I wasn't about to push my luck. But I did learn the name of the man who'd likely been knocking on my RV door, Bernard Henshaw, a former park ranger who'd gone off the grid after being implicated in the disappearance of 2 hikers back in 2009. His motivations remain a mystery, but the words painted on the cabin wall haunt me. "Leave them alone." I can only assume he'd made it his mission to keep people out of those woods, no matter the cost. And I'll never forget the sound of his voice outside my door. Calm and steady, as if he were ordering a cup of coffee instead of threatening my life. My name is Clara Esteban. I'm 34 years old, and for the last 3 years I've been chasing shadows across the deserts of the Southwest. Some call me a treasure hunter, others a fool. The truth? I'm an archaeologist. Or I was until I got too caught up in a theory no one wanted to hear. Now, I'm here on the edge of nowhere in northern New Mexico, living out of a tent at the base of Coyote Mesa. What happened to me here? Well, I still can't explain all of it. But I know one thing. This place isn't like anywhere else. It started when I found the map. Coyote Mesa loomed over me, its jagged cliffs glowing red in the evening light. I'd set up camp a few days earlier, chasing rumors I'd heard from an old prospector about ancient carvings near the top. Locals claimed the mesa was haunted, that a phantom protected it. To me, it sounded like the kind of story that kept people from poking around, perfect for someone like me. The map wasn't on paper. It was carved into the rock face of a cliff, half hidden under layers of moss and grime. A series of jagged lines ran toward the center, where a spiral symbol marked something buried deep beneath the mesa. The spiral looked familiar, similar to Mesoamerican glyphs I'd studied in the past. If I was right, this was evidence of trade routes that predated European contact. It could be the proof I needed to rebuild my career. But something about the map unsettled me. The carvings felt too deliberate, almost like a warning. And there was something else. A faint pile of rocks stacked near the base of the cliff, like a marker left by someone, or something else. The next day, I met Luis Ortega. I was hiking back to camp when I saw him. An older man in a cowboy hat leaning against a weathered fence at the edge of his ranch. He raised a hand in greeting, his eyes sharp and curious. "You're the one camping by the mesa," he said, his voice carrying a slight accent. "You lost?" "No," I replied, brushing dust off my pants. "I'm doing research." Luis chuckled, a low sound that didn't reach his eyes. "Research, huh? I've heard that before. You should be careful. The mesa doesn't like strangers." I raised an eyebrow. "What's that supposed to mean?" Luis's gaze shifted to the mesa behind me. "People go up there looking for gold, artifacts, whatever. They always come back with less than they left. Some don't come back at all." "Because of the phantom?" I asked, smirking. His expression darkened. "You laugh now. Just remember, the land takes what it's owed." I didn't sleep well that night. The wind howled through the canyons, and the walls of my tent flapped like a dying bird. I told myself Luis's warning was just an old man's way of keeping nosy outsiders away, but deep down, I wasn't so sure. The first sign of trouble came 2 days later. I was mapping the trails leading up the mesa when I noticed something odd. Small piles of stones stacked in strange patterns. They weren't natural formations, and they hadn't been there the day before. Someone, or something, had made them. That night, I heard whispers outside my tent. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but the sounds were too deliberate, like voices carrying words I couldn't quite make out. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside, the beams slicing through the darkness. Nothing. Just the empty desert, cold and silent. I tried to convince myself I was imagining things, that I'd been working too hard, sleeping too little. But the next morning I found fresh footprints near my camp. They circled the tent, then vanished into the scrub. I was miles from the nearest town, and I hadn't seen another soul since I arrived. Whoever, or whatever, had made those tracks wasn't here by accident. That was when I met Maggie Quinn. I was in Tierra Amarilla, picking up supplies at the only general store in town, when she approached me. She was younger than I expected, with bright green eyes and a camera slung around her neck. "You're Claire Esteban, right?" she asked. I froze. "How do you know that?" "I saw your name in an old article. You're the one with the theory about pre-Columbian trade routes, aren't you?" I nodded slowly, unsure where this was going. "I'm Maggie," she said, extending a hand. "I'm making a documentary about this area, its history, the myths, the people. I think we could help each other." I wasn't sure I believed her, but Maggie had information I couldn't ignore. She claimed a mining company had been drilling illegally near the mesa, buying up land under the radar. According to her, the company had ties to the disappearances Luis and others had mentioned. "Whatever's happening out there, it's bigger than folklore," Maggie said. "If you found something, you need to be careful. They won't want you digging around." Her words stuck with me. That night, as I stared at the faint spiral carved into the map, I couldn't shake the feeling that Maggie was right. The next day, I found the mine. It wasn't marked on any of the maps I'd seen, but the entrance was unmistakable, a jagged hole in the rock framed by splintered beams. The air inside was cool and damp, carrying the faint stench of rot. I hesitated, then turned on my headlamp and stepped inside. The walls were covered in crude carvings, similar to the map I'd found. But these weren't just symbols. They were warnings. Figures with empty eyes and open mouths, spirals that seemed to twist deeper into the stone, and jagged lines that radiated out like fractures. I wasn't alone. I heard the footsteps first, slow, deliberate, and too close for comfort. My pulse quickened as I killed the light and pressed myself against the wall. The footsteps stopped, followed by the faint scrape of something metallic dragging across the ground. I didn't wait to find out what or who it was. I slipped out of the mine and ran back to camp, my heart pounding in my chest. When I reached my tent, I found it slashed open, my gear scattered across the ground. Someone had been searching for something. I confronted Luis the next morning. "You told me to stay away from the mesa," I said, slamming my hands on the hood of his truck. "But you didn't say why." Luis leaned back against the door, his expression unreadable. "Some things can't be explained, Clara. They can only be left alone." "Who was in the mine?" I demanded. "Who's been following me?" Luis sighed. "If you're smart, you'll pack up and leave. The mesa doesn't belong to us." Never did. I didn't leave. Instead, I hiked to the top of the mesa. The climb was brutal, the sun relentless. But when I reached the summit, I found what I'd been searching for. A shallow pit filled with fragments of pottery, obsidian blades, and, at its center, a ceremonial mask. The mask was unlike anything I'd ever seen. An intricate blend of Puebloan and Mesoamerican styles, its surface etched with spirals and staring eyes. This was it, the proof I needed. But I wasn't alone. I heard voices behind me, low and angry. I turned to see 3 men emerging from the brush, rifles slung over their shoulders. The man in front, tall and wiry, with a scar running down his cheek, raised a hand. "Step away from the pit," he said. I didn't move. "Who are you?" "Doesn't matter," he replied, cocking his rifle. "You're on private land. Leave now, and we'll forget this happened." "This isn't your land," I shot back. The man smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "It is now." The ground beneath us trembled, a low rumble that grew into a roar. The men froze, their eyes darting to the cliffs as a massive chunk of rock broke free and tumbled toward the valley below. I didn't wait for them to recover. Grabbing the mask, I ran, the phantom's whispers chasing me through the dust. I don't know how I made it back to camp. The men didn't follow me, and the mask was still in my pack. But something changed that day. The mesa had taken what it was owed, and I had to decide if I was willing to risk the same. In the end, I left the mask buried beneath the rocks where it belonged. Some stories aren't meant to be told. Some things aren't meant to be found. When you embark on a solo RV camping trip, you expect solitude, maybe a touch of adventure. What you don't expect is horror clawing at your sanity. My name is Conrad Verbeck. Camping has been my escape for as long as I can remember, a sanctuary from the grind of city life. This trip to the Blue Ridge Mountains was supposed to be another peaceful notch on my belt. Just me, the wilderness, and quiet nights under the stars. I planned every detail meticulously. The RV stocked with supplies, the routes mapped, the weather checked. The first day unfolded as planned. I grilled steaks over a crackling fire, the scent mingling with the crisp mountain air. The solitude was intoxicating. But solitude, I've learned, has its own teeth. The next morning, I set out on a hiking trail that promised breathtaking views from an overlook. With a backpack filled with essentials, I felt invincible as I ventured deeper into the woods. The forest seemed alive. Bird song wove through the air, and leaves whispered secrets only they understood. Then I found the cabin. It wasn't on any map. Hidden by the forest, the dilapidated structure crouched like a predator, its darkened windows staring back at me. Against my better judgment, I approached. The door was ajar, groaning in protest as I pushed it open. Inside, the air reeked of decay. Rotting furniture was strewn about, alongside rusted cans and a bed with a filthy sunken mattress that looked disturbingly used. My skin crawled, but I forced myself to stay rational. Maybe a squatter or a hunter. I left quickly, the cabin's shadow clinging to my thoughts. The overlook's view was worth the trek. Mountains stretched endlessly, draped in mist like an ancient painting. For a moment, I let the beauty soothe my unease. But on my way back, the forest grew silent, and then I heard them. Voices. Faint, almost drowned by the rustling leaves. My blood turned to ice. I froze, straining to understand the murmurs, but the language was foreign, guttural. I ducked off the trail, crouching low behind thick bushes. Two men emerged, their clothes dark and weathered, rifles slung across their backs. They moved methodically, scanning the forest as if hunting something, or someone. My breath caught in my throat. They were searching. I stayed frozen, praying they wouldn't see me. After an eternity they passed, their footsteps fading into the trees. When I finally dared to move, my body was trembling. I sprinted back to my RV, locking the doors and drawing every curtain. Dinner was a rushed, tasteless affair, my ears straining for every creak, every rustle outside. That night, I slept with a flashlight and hunting knife by my side, but it was more a performance of courage than actual security. The next morning, I made the decision. I was leaving. But as I secured the last of my gear, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. Footprints, fresh, circling my RV. My mind screamed at me to leave, but my body felt rooted in terror. Then, in the side mirror, I saw him, a man stepping out from the tree line, his rifle slung over his shoulder, his eyes fixed on me. Adrenaline surged. I slammed the RV into gear and floored it, the engine roaring as I tore down the narrow road. I didn't stop until I reached the ranger station, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst. The ranger listened, his face growing grimmer with every word. When I mentioned the cabin and the men, his expression hardened. "We've had reports of missing campers," he said. "You're the first real lead we've got." Hours later, I was sitting in a police station, recounting everything to detectives. When I described the cabin, one detective pulled out a file. Inside were photos of missing persons. One stood out, a young woman, Laura Haskins, last seen camping alone in the same area. The pieces were coming together, and they were horrific. Despite every instinct screaming at me to stay away, I agreed to lead the authorities back to the cabin. The drive was suffocating, silence filling the car like a weight. When we arrived, the detectives moved quickly, combing the area. Inside the cabin, they uncovered something chilling. A trapdoor hidden beneath the bed. It led to a bunker, a nightmare carved into the earth. Shelves were stocked with food, weapons, and maps. But worse were the photos. Each showed a different camper, bound and gagged. Laura Haskins was among them. The air grew heavier as the detectives coordinated a search. Then a gunshot cracked through the forest, splitting the silence like a scream. One of the detectives fell, blood pooling beneath him. Chaos erupted. The other detective grabbed me, shoving me behind the RV as he radioed for backup. More shots rang out, echoing through the trees. They were here. The men from the trail, hunting us. The next minutes were a blur of terror. Armed officers arrived, disappearing into the forest. The gunfire intensified, then ebbed. One man was captured, bloodied and silent. The other vanished into the wilderness, leaving only a crimson trail. What followed was a waking nightmare. Interrogations revealed a twisted operation, a network of kidnappings and murders spanning years. The cabin was a trap, the bunker a staging ground. The men preyed on solo campers like me, their victims vanishing without a trace. Laura Haskins was never found, her fate sealed in the haunting photos. The media swarmed the story. The Blue Ridge Mountains, once a haven, became a symbol of horror. I returned to my life, but the shadows followed me. Camping no longer felt like freedom. The forest, once my sanctuary, now held only darkness. Even now, I dream of those men, their rifles glinting in the sun, their voices whispering in an unholy cadence. The mountains still call to me, but I'll never answer. I've seen what lurks beyond the trails, and I'll never forget the lesson I learned. The greatest horrors are not born of nature, but of the cruelty buried in the hearts of men. My name is Preston Mallory, and in 2016 I made the worst decision of my life. I took my second-hand RV deep into the Washington National Forest in Arkansas. It was supposed to be an escape, a way to procrastinate on my travel blog, which no one but my mom read. I wanted solitude. Instead, I found something I'll never be able to escape. I wasn't much of a camper. Born and raised in St. Louis, the closest I'd come to the wilderness was the overgrown corner of a city park. My friends laughed when I bought the RV. They said I'd give up after a week and sell it. Maybe join a yoga studio. But I was determined to prove them wrong. So I drove deep into the Arkansas woods, parked in a remote clearing, and told myself I'd find some kind of enlightenment. The first day went fine. I hiked a little, took some uninspired photos, ate lukewarm chili, and settled in with a book. Around midnight, though, I saw them. Headlights, two beams of light slicing through the dense trees. They weren't moving, just sitting there like a predator waiting to pounce. Park rangers, I thought, trying to calm myself. Maybe I'd parked illegally. I waited for someone to approach, but no one did. And then at exactly 12:37 a.m., I checked. The lights disappeared. Just gone. I told myself it was another camper, but something about it left me uneasy. I locked the doors, placed a cast-iron skillet beside me, and eventually drifted off into an uneasy sleep. The next day, I tried to shake it off. Around noon, while exploring the area, I found something strange. A fire pit, still warm, surrounded by perfectly placed marshmallow sticks. Beside it was a scrap of paper, torn and weathered. Do you think they'll find out? The handwriting was jagged and frantic, like the writer had scrawled it in a rush. Teens, I thought. Creepy notes seemed like the kind of prank teens would pull, right? But the fire pit was too precise, too deliberate, like someone wanted me to see it. I crumpled the note, shoved it in my pocket, and spent the rest of the day jumping at every sound. When night fell, I saw him. He stood at the edge of the woods, just 50 feet away. A wiry man, shirtless, with greasy hair that clung to his face. His posture was almost lazy, hands in his pockets, head tilted to one side, like he was studying me. "Hello?" I called, trying to sound braver than I felt. "Can I help you?" He didn't move, didn't blink, just stared. "This is private property," I shouted, even though I wasn't sure it was true. "You're creeping me out, man." Nothing. I retreated to the RV, locking every door and window. This time, I grabbed the hunting knife I'd bought for Instagram aesthetics and clutched it like a lifeline. I didn't sleep. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, every whisper of wind felt like it was right outside. By morning, I was done. I packed up, ready to leave, but when I stepped outside, my stomach dropped. My tires were slashed. All four. The cuts were deep and jagged, like they'd been made with a machete. Panic surged through me. I checked my phone. No signal. Of course not. The nearest ranger station was miles away, and I had no choice but to hike. I stuffed my backpack with water, snacks, and the knife and started walking. I hadn't gone far when I saw it, another fire pit identical to the first. Same neat arrangement of sticks. Another note, "He likes you." My hands trembled as I shoved the note in my pocket. The forest felt suffocating, every shadow a threat. I kept moving, every step heavier than the last. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Deliberate. Heavy. They were behind me. I spun around. Nothing. Just trees. Then a voice. Preston. It was high-pitched and sing-song, like a child mocking me. My blood turned to ice. I hadn't told anyone my name. Preston, the voice called again, closer now. I ran. Branches tore at my clothes, my lungs burned, my legs screamed. But I didn't stop until I reached the ranger station, or what was left of it. The windows were shattered. The door hung off its hinges. Inside, chaos. Papers littered the floor. A radio lay smashed. And in the corner, a body. The ranger's uniform was soaked in blood, his throat slashed open in a jagged line. Beside him a note. Not fast enough. I staggered back, bile rising in my throat. My mind raced. Who was this guy? Why was he doing this? And how was I supposed to survive? I found a flare gun in a cabinet and bolted outside. The sun was setting and long shadows stretched across the ground. I knew I couldn't stay. But as I turned, I saw him again. He was standing by my RV, holding something in his hand. The knife. He raised it, pointing it at me like a conductor leading an orchestra. Then he sprinted. I fired the flare gun. The red streak missed, but it stopped him. "Who are you?" I screamed, my voice cracking. He didn't answer. Instead, he hurled a rock at me. It hit my shoulder, sending me to the ground. Before I could get up, he was on me. The knife glinted in his hand. I kicked wildly, catching him in the stomach. He staggered back, just enough for me to grab a branch and swing. The crack was sickening. He fell, the knife slipping from his grip. I didn't wait to see if he was dead. I grabbed the knife and ran, tears blurring my vision. Somehow, I made it to the main road. A trucker found me and called the police. The man's name was Joel Havers. He'd been living off the grid, stalking and killing campers for years. His notes were his way of playing with his victims. They found 6 bodies in the woods, including the ranger. Joel didn't die from my swing, but the head injury left him with brain damage. He won't hurt anyone again. As for me, I sold the RV the second I got home. I don't chase solitude anymore, because sometimes, when you're alone, someone else is watching. I was leaning against my RV, a cold beer in hand, parked deep in the Tillamook State Forest in Oregon. The forest was a sanctuary. Dense pines towering like ancient sentinels, the faint whisper of the wind through the trees, and a silence so profound it felt alive. I came here seeking solitude, a break from the grind of city life, and maybe some fishing. My name's Mason Yates, a no-nonsense guy raised in the rough neighborhoods of Portland. Life hadn't been easy, but I'd learned to fend for myself. This trip was supposed to be about simplicity, but the forest had other plans. As the sun set, casting long shadows through the trees, I set up a small fire and grilled some sausages. The crackle of the flames was soothing against the oppressive quiet. Even the distant hoot of an owl seemed muted. Halfway through my dinner, a faint rustling broke the stillness. I froze, my eyes scanning the tree line. Probably just a deer, I told myself. But the sound persisted, growing louder, closer. Grabbing my flashlight, I ventured into the woods. the beam cutting through the oppressive darkness. The air was damp and heavy, every step muffled by the forest floor. And then I saw them, footprints, fresh and deliberate, leading deeper into the shadows. My gut churned as I followed them, every instinct screaming at me to turn back. The tracks ended at a small clearing where a man was rummaging through an abandoned campsite. He was tall, his face obscured by a scruffy beard, his clothes filthy and torn. His movements were erratic, his eyes wild as they darted toward me. "Hey, what are you doing here?" I called, trying to sound steady. He straightened, his expression morphing from surprise to something darker. "None of your business," he growled, his voice gravely and sharp. I took a step back, the weight of his hostility pressing on me like a physical force. "I'm just camping nearby. Heard some noise, thought I'd check it out." "Well, you checked. Now leave." His hand disappeared into his pocket, and I felt a cold chill crawl up my spine. I backed away, keeping my eyes locked on him until I was out of sight. Once back at my campsite, I grabbed my phone to call the authorities. No signal. Typical. I decided to wait until morning, hoping the man would move on. But I couldn't sleep. Every sound, the rustle of leaves, the snap of a twig, felt amplified. I stayed up, clutching my hunting knife, praying the night would pass uneventfully. Morning came, and I packed up, driving straight to the nearest ranger station. Jeb, the ranger on duty, listened intently as I described the encounter. He assured me they'd look into it, his concern etched in every line of his face. I should have left then, but something kept me there. Stubbornness, maybe. That evening, as the forest sank into darkness, a scream shattered the stillness. It wasn't just a scream. It was raw, desperate, and filled with unimaginable terror. Grabbing my flashlight and knife, I ran toward the sound, adrenaline surging through me. I found the source at a mangled campsite. The tent was slashed, blood spattered across the ground, and a young woman was tied to a tree. Her face was swollen and bruised, her eyes wild with fear. I cut her loose, and she collapsed into my arms, sobbing uncontrollably. He killed them," she stammered. "Who?" I demanded, though I already knew. Her voice was barely a whisper. "The man, from the woods. He killed my friends." I helped her back to my RV, locking the doors behind us. Her name was Emily, and her story was worse than I'd imagined. The man had attacked them out of nowhere, murdering her friends before tying her up and leaving her for dead. As she spoke, I kept glancing out the window, expecting him to appear at any moment. When I tried starting the RV, the engine sputtered and died. Of all the times for it to break down, I loaded my hunting rifle, every nerve on edge. Hours passed, the silence inside the RV unbearable. Then a sound. Footsteps. I peered through the window. He was there, machete in hand, his face twisted into a grotesque grin. He circled the RV, tapping the blade against the metal. Come out, wherever you are," he crooned, his voice dripping with malice. I took a deep breath, steadied my aim, and fired a warning shot. The crack of the rifle echoed through the forest, and for a moment he froze. But then he lunged, slashing at the RV door. I fired again, this time hitting his shoulder. He screamed in pain but didn't stop. The door groaned under his assault. When he finally burst through, it was chaos. I tackled him, struggling to keep the machete away from my throat. He was strong, feral, and it took every ounce of strength to hold him off. Emily, trembling but determined, stabbed at his leg with a knife. He roared, giving me the opening I needed. Grabbing the machete, I plunged it into his chest. His eyes widened in shock, a guttural rasp escaping his lips as he collapsed. It was over, or so I thought. We fled in the RV as soon as it sputtered to life, reaching the ranger station at dawn. Jeb and the authorities were waiting, alerted by the sound of gunfire. Emily recounted her nightmare, and a team was sent to recover the bodies. Back in Portland, life moved on, but the memory of that night clung to me like a shadow. I'd come to the forest seeking peace and found a predator lurking in its depths. The world was darker than I had ever imagined. My name is Everett Langley, and in 1993, I made a decision I've regretted ever since. I took my old RV into the Washington National Forest in Arkansas, hoping to find peace and solitude. At 45, freshly divorced, I thought time alone might help me adjust to the suffocating silence of an empty house. The trip was supposed to be a reset. A few days of fishing, reading, and grilling a good steak over an open fire. If life were fair, that's all it would have been. I parked the RV deep in the forest, near a creek far removed from roads and campsites. I didn't want company, just me, the woods, and the fish. My RV was ancient but reliable, a wheezing old beast of a machine that I trusted like an old dog. By late afternoon, I'd set up camp, grilled a trout, and sat by the water with a beer in hand, surrounded by the symphony of the woods. Birds chirped, leaves rustled, and for the first time in months, I felt like I could breathe again. As the sun sank, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink, a quiet unease began to creep in. The forest sounds began to fade, the chirping of birds, the hum of insects, until there was nothing but the faint babble of the creek. At first, I convinced myself it was normal, the woods shifting into their nocturnal rhythm. But as the minutes dragged on, the silence thickened, pressing in on me like a weight. I retreated to the RV and locked the door, though I knew the flimsy latch offered little real protection. It was a token gesture, a barrier against the creeping dread that had taken root in my chest. I made a cup of coffee and turned on the radio, but the static was unrelenting. Out of range, the low hum of the RV's generator became my only companion in the oppressive stillness. The first sign of real trouble came just after midnight. I was lying in bed, half reading a dog-eared murder mystery, when I heard it, the crunch of leaves outside. It wasn't the skitter of a squirrel or the rhythmic steps of a deer. These were deliberate, slow, human. My breath hitched. My first thought was a bear, but no bear moves like that. I turned off the RV light and peered through the small window, squinting into the inky darkness. Moonlight sliced through the trees, casting jagged shadows across the clearing, and then I saw it. A figure. Tall and lean, standing motionless at the edge of the forest. He didn't move. He didn't speak. He just stood there, watching. I froze, my pulse hammering in my ears. This wasn't some lost camper stumbling across my sight. No one came this deep into the woods by accident. I grabbed the hunting knife I'd packed, more for gutting fish than self-defense, and stayed perfectly still, listening. The footsteps resumed, slow and deliberate, circling the RV. My breath came in shallow bursts as I debated my options. Staying inside made me a sitting duck, but stepping outside felt suicidal. I clenched the knife tighter as the figure knocked on the RV door. The sound was casual, almost polite. "Who's there?" I called, my voice trembling. No answer. Just silence. The knock came again, harder this time. Through the narrow window I caught a glimpse of him. His face was gaunt, framed by a filthy hood. His eyes gleamed with a predatory intensity, and his thin lips curled into a slow, deliberate smile that sent a chill racing down my spine. "You sure you can't help me?" he called, his voice low and gravelly, like stones grinding together. I backed away, knife raised, my mind racing. The door handle jiggled. My stomach dropped. The lock was a joke, and we both knew it. The door creaked open, and he stepped inside. He was taller than I'd realized, his wiry frame swathed in filthy clothes caked with dirt and something darker. A machete gleamed in his hand, its edge catching the faint light. "Relax," he said, his smile widening. "I'm not here to hurt you." The machete in his hand said otherwise. Get out, I stammered, my voice breaking. He chuckled, a low, guttural sound. You're out here all alone, he murmured, taking a step closer. No one to hear you scream. Adrenaline surged through me, and I lunged, slashing at him with the knife. He moved like a viper, sidestepping and grabbing my wrist in a vice-like grip. The knife clattered to the floor. This doesn't have to be messy, he said, his smile faltering for the first time. Summoning every ounce of courage, I grabbed the coffee pot from the counter and smashed it into his head. Coffee and shards of glass rained down as he staggered back, cursing. I didn't wait for him to recover. I bolted, bursting out into the cold night. The forest was a maze of shadows, branches clawing at my face and tearing at my clothes as I ran. His footsteps thundered behind me, his curses echoing through the trees. I splashed into the icy creek, the shock stealing my breath, and crouched behind a fallen log, trembling. The man entered the clearing, his machete glinting in the moonlight. He muttered to himself, his movements jerky and erratic. He was close, too close. I held my breath, every muscle in my body screaming to run, but I stayed still, hidden. After what felt like an eternity, he turned back toward the RV. I didn't move until the forest swallowed him. When I returned to the RV, it was in shambles, drawers ripped open, clothes and food scattered. My knife was gone. So were the keys. On the wall, scrawled in what I could only hope wasn't blood, were 3 words, "See you soon." I grabbed a flashlight and started walking, putting as much distance as I could between myself and the nightmare I'd just escaped. It took me hours to reach the road, and by then, the sun was rising. A passing car saved my life. A week later, the police found him, Leonard Huxley, a drifter with a long, violent history, holed up in an abandoned cabin miles from where he attacked me. Turns out, I wasn't his first victim, just the only one who got away. There's a unique peace in solitude. I found it in the remote depths of the Pacific Northwest, far from the suffocating demands of city life. My RV was parked in a secluded spot miles away from any trail or tourist path. This wasn't the kind of place you stumbled upon. It was hidden, known only to those who sought the silence of the untamed wilderness. The morning air was sharp with the scent of pine. The forest held its breath, save for the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant cry of a bird. Cradling a steaming cup of coffee, I watched the sunrise filter through the dense canopy. For a fleeting moment, everything felt perfect. My name is Elle. I was born in Seattle, raised amidst the noise and chaos of the city. Nature was my escape, my sanctuary. It was where the world's relentless demands couldn't reach me. The day was a routine one. I explored, marked trails, set up snares. By midday, I returned to the RV, ready to rest. But something was wrong. A crumpled piece of paper fluttered against my windshield. My pulse quickened as I pulled it free. It was an old map, weathered and torn, pointing to a spot deeper in the woods, a place about a mile away. There was no note, no explanation, no sign of who had left it. Curiosity gnawed at me. Grabbing my gear and flashlight, I decided to follow the map. The trail was barely visible, tangled with underbrush and broken branches. The deeper I went, the darker the forest grew. The sunlight, once golden and warm, was swallowed by the canopy, leaving me in a twilight gloom. After what felt like hours, I found it. Hidden beneath a thicket of bushes stood a dilapidated cabin. Its wood was warped, its windows boarded up, and its door hung loosely, swaying in a silent rhythm. A chill swept over me. I hesitated but couldn't turn back. Something unseen drew me forward. Inside, the air was thick with decay. Dust coated the remnants of old furniture. The smell, mold and something metallic, clung to the back of my throat. Then I saw it, a trapdoor, barely hidden beneath a rotting rug. I knelt, fingers trembling as I pried it open. The groan of the old hinges echoed in the silence. A staircase spiraled downward into blackness. I hesitated, staring into the abyss. Then, gripping my flashlight, I descended. The air grew colder with each step, the smell stronger. At the bottom was a small, dimly lit room. My flashlight swept across shelves lining the walls. They were filled with jars, each containing what looked like human organs, floating in murky liquid. I staggered back, nausea threatening to consume me. The beam of light shifted, landing on a table in the center of the room. Old, rusted surgical tools lay scattered across its surface. Next to them was a stack of photographs. I picked them up, my hands shaking. The faces in the photos stared back at me, twisted in terror. Some I recognized, from missing person reports plastered across the news. Suddenly, a noise shattered the silence. Slow, deliberate footsteps creaking above. I froze, heart pounding in my ears. Switching off my flashlight, I crouched behind the table. The footsteps grew louder, closer, each creak slicing through the suffocating quiet. Then they stopped, right above the trapdoor. The trapdoor creaked open. A pair of boots appeared, descending the stairs. My blood ran cold as I saw the figure. He was tall, muscular, cloaked in a hooded jacket. In one hand a knife gleamed faintly in the dim light. He stepped into the room, his movements deliberate, his gaze scanning the shelves and table. My heart thundered as he stopped at the stack of photographs, picking them up. I had to move. Slowly, silently, I crept toward the stairs, eyes locked on him. But the old floor betrayed me. A creak shattered the silence. His head snapped toward me, eyes locking onto mine. For a moment, time stood still. Then he lunged. I dodged, grabbing a rusted tool from the table and swinging it wildly. The metal connected with his arm, and he dropped the knife with a guttural roar. I didn't wait. I bolted up the stairs, heart pounding, legs burning. Behind me I heard his curses, the thunder of his boots. Bursting out of the cabin, I sprinted into the woods. Branches clawed at my face, roots threatened to trip me, but I didn't stop. His footsteps crashed through the underbrush, relentless. The RV came into view, and I threw myself inside, slamming the door. My hands trembled as I fumbled with the keys. The engine roared to life just as he burst from the woods, his eyes wild, knife glinting in hand. I floored the gas pedal. The RV lurched forward, leaving him behind. But his image burned into my mind. The rage, the knife, the photographs. I didn't stop until I reached the nearest town, bursting into the police station, disheveled and gasping. "There's a killer in the woods," I choked out. The officers sprang into action. When we returned to the cabin, night had fallen, the forest thick with shadows. The trapdoor gaped open, the jars still lined the walls. But the man was gone, his tracks disappearing into the wilderness. The investigation uncovered horrors beyond comprehension. Dozens of victims, spanning years. The media dubbed the perpetrator the silent surgeon. Though the manhunt stretched on, he remained a phantom, always a step ahead. I joined search teams determined to bring others home before they suffered the same fate. Years later, when they finally found him, the trial was a macabre theater of justice. His conviction brought some closure, but the scars remained. Even now, when I wander the woods, I feel his shadow. His memory clings to the trees, the silence heavy with the weight of what was and what could have been. And every time I find a new map, I wonder, will it lead me back to him? Or to something even worse? My name is James Carver, though everyone used to call me Jimmy. I'm 37 years old, and this happened last year in the depths of the Hoh Rainforest in Washington. I moved there 3 years ago, after my life crumbled like a tower built on sand. I was once an architect, building skyscrapers that pierced the heavens. But when the firm I worked for collapsed in scandal, my name was dragged through the mud. With my reputation shattered, I walked away from it all. The rainforest seemed like the perfect escape, quiet, remote, alive with light, but devoid of people to judge or remind me of who I used to be. I bought a small plot deep in the woods and built my cabin by hand, one plank at a time. For 3 years I believed I had created a sanctuary. I thought I was safe. I was wrong. It began with the figurine. The day was like any other, gray skies, damp air, and the rhythmic drip of rain on the cabin roof. I had been carving wooden bowls to pass the time during the endless, rain-soaked afternoons. When I stepped outside to stretch, I saw it, a small wooden figure sitting on the railing of my porch. It was crude, roughly human-shaped, with twine binding its limbs. I froze. I hadn't made it. For a long moment, I just stared. It didn't feel threatening, but it was out of place. I convinced myself it must have washed in from the river or blown in from a hiker's camp. I tossed it into the woods, brushing off the unease as paranoia. But the next morning, another one appeared. This one was more intricate, its limbs carefully notched, its proportions eerily human. It stood in the middle of my woodpile, facing the cabin, as if waiting for me. My stomach churned. Someone had been here. I searched the area, looking for footprints or any sign of disturbance, but the wet earth was unmarked. No broken twigs, no trail. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. By the third figurine, I knew it wasn't my imagination. It was perched on my windowsill, its head tilted toward the glass as if peering inside. The rain felt heavier that week, the skies more oppressive. Dampness seeped into every corner of my cabin, into my clothes, my journals, even my carvings. I began to feel like the forest itself was pressing in, suffocating me. Then the noises started. At first, it was just the faint snap of branches or the whisper of movement through the ferns. Harmless, I told myself. Just animals. But one night, I woke to the sharp clanging of metal. The sound came from the lean-to where I kept my tools. Gripping a flashlight and a hunting knife, I stepped outside, my heart pounding in my chest. "Who's there?" I called, my voice trembling. Silence. The flashlight beam swept across the lean-to. It was empty, yet the unease lingered like a shadow I couldn't shake. A week later, I found the trail camera. It wasn't mine. Someone had tied it to a tree just beyond my property line. When I checked the memory card, my blood turned to ice. The first images were of my cabin, taken from a distance. Then there were pictures of me, splitting wood, fixing the rain collector, even sitting on my porch. But the last photo chilled me to my core. It showed a man standing at the edge of the trees, watching the cabin. His face was blurred, but his build was unmistakable. Tall, broad-shouldered, wearing a dark jacket. Someone had been stalking me. I showed the photo to Lila Brainer, a park ranger who checked in on me occasionally. She frowned as she studied it. "Could be a poacher," she said. "Do poachers leave carved figurines?" She hesitated. "No, but it's probably nothing. Just someone passing through." "It doesn't feel like nothing," I muttered. She promised to report it to her supervisor, but I could tell she wasn't convinced. That night, I set up traps around the cabin, fishing line and tin cans to act as alarms. Hours later, the clattering of cans woke me. Heart racing, I grabbed my rifle and stepped outside. The tripwire near the woodpile had been triggered, but the intruder was gone. Except for the figurine they left behind. This one was larger, nearly a foot tall, with bent legs as though it was crouching. Its face had been carved into a crude, unsettling smile. I smashed it against a tree, scattering the pieces into the river, but the figurines didn't stop. And then, late one night, I heard the voice. It was faint, almost drowned out by the rain, but unmistakably human. A low, guttural whisper outside the cabin. I stepped onto the porch, gripping my rifle. "Show yourself," I shouted. Silence. Then I saw him. The man from the photo stood at the edge of the clearing, just beyond the reach of my flashlight. "You don't belong here," he said, his voice calm and cold. Neither do you, I thought, but the words caught in my throat. He turned and melted into the trees. By morning, I had decided I'd had enough. I packed a bag and set out to find his camp. If he was going to stalk me, I would confront him. After hours of searching, I found it. The camp was a crude setup. A tarp strung between trees, a fire pit filled with ash, and dozens of figurines scattered across the ground like offerings. A map was pinned to the tarp, marked with X's, my cabin, my woodpile, my rainwater collector. He had been watching me for weeks. I turned to leave, but a twig snapped behind me. I spun around, knife in hand. He was there, just feet away, his eyes glinting with something dark and primal. "Why are you doing this?" I demanded. He smiled, slow and sinister. "Because I can." Then he lunged. The fight was savage, mud, blood, and rain mingling as we grappled in the dirt. He was stronger, but I was desperate. The knife found its mark, sinking deep into his side. He gasped a wet, guttural sound and collapsed. But he didn't die. He crawled away, disappearing into the trees. I stumbled back to the cabin, shaken and bleeding. But the cabin no longer felt like home. It felt like a cage. By sunrise, I was gone. Now, back in the city, I can't escape the memories or the fear. Sometimes I wake in the night, sure I can hear the faint clatter of tin cans or the low murmur of a voice in the rain. And I wonder, is he still out there, carving his figurines, waiting for the next soul foolish enough to think they can tame the wilderness? Because the truth is, you can't. The forest doesn't care about you, and neither do the shadows in the trees. In 2009, I found myself RV camping near the San Juan National Forest in Colorado, trying to outrun the fresh sting of divorce papers I'd signed just days before. It was supposed to be therapeutic, a self-imposed exile in the wilderness where the trees whispered solace and the wind carried no judgment. But isolation isn't always kind, and nature has a way of revealing truths we'd rather keep buried. I parked my RV in a clearing half a mile off a forgotten dirt road. The air was crisp, the silence profound. No cell service, no human noise, just the eerie, all-consuming quiet of the forest. It was meant to be peaceful. Instead, it felt like being swallowed whole. The first day passed uneventfully. I cracked a cheap beer, leaned back in a folding chair, and let the wilderness surround me. By the second day, I had settled into the rhythm of solitude. Morning hikes, lazy afternoons, evenings pretending to read a book. But then the truck appeared. It was an old, battered pickup, coughing down the dirt road like it might give out at any moment. The driver didn't look my way, but the truck lingered just long enough to feel wrong. A shadow in my periphery, gone too quickly to pin down, but too unsettling to dismiss. That evening, it came back, slower this time. I stood at the edge of my campsite, heart hammering as I strained to see the driver through the fading light. He didn't stop, didn't wave, didn't even glance my way, but the air felt heavy like I was being watched. For the first time, I locked the RV door. When I woke on the third day, something was wrong. My cooler was tipped over outside, its contents scattered. Beer cans, sandwich wrappers, and a single bruised apple rolling in the dirt. I assumed it was an animal until I saw the footprints. They weren't animal tracks. They were boot prints, crisp and deliberate. Someone had been here. I spent the morning pacing the clearing, eyes darting to the tree line. Every rustle, every snap of a twig made my skin crawl. The forest no longer felt like a sanctuary. It felt alive, watching, waiting. By evening, I convinced myself it was just a random hiker with bad boundaries. I was determined not to let paranoia ruin my trip. Then the truck came back. This time, it stopped. The driver stepped out, a tall, wiry man with sun-scorched skin and clothes that looked more stained than fabric. He leaned against the hood of the truck, lighting a cigarette, his eyes fixed on the tree line. Not at me, not away from me, just there. It was as if he knew I was watching but didn't care. I retreated into the RV, locking the door and pulling the blinds shut. My heart pounded as I sat in the dark, gripping a kitchen knife I dug out of a drawer. The truck eventually sputtered away, but the unease stayed. That night, every creak of the RV felt like a scream. When dawn finally came, I stepped outside to pack up and froze. A rabbit lay on the ground, its neck twisted grotesquely, its head barely attached. Deep gashes had been carved into its body, an unmistakable letter A, my name. My hands trembled as I threw my gear into the RV. Pride be damned. I was leaving. As I pulled onto the dirt road, my tires kicking up clouds of dust, I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched. 10 miles later, I spotted a gas station, a lonely relic of a bygone era. I pulled in and stumbled inside, desperate for human contact. The clerk, a bored kid chewing gum like it was his job, barely looked up as I explained what had happened. "Yeah, we get weirdos out here," he said, shrugging. "Probably just some local trying to mess with you." But as I left, I noticed a bulletin board near the door. Among the flyers for lost pets and bake sales was a missing persons poster. A young woman last seen near the San Juan National Forest. The date was recent. I didn't sleep that night, not even after I'd reached the safety of a motel far from the forest. Days later, I saw the news. A man named Lester Gainey had been arrested. A drifter with a record of violence, he'd been linked to multiple disappearances. They found bloody tools, clothing, and photographs in his truck. Photos of his victims. The campsite he frequented wasn't far from where I'd been parked. If I had stayed one more night, I still see his face in my nightmares, his sun-scorched skin, his cold, unflinching stare. The forest was never quiet. It had been warning me all along. I woke up that morning with an unsettling sensation gnawing at my gut, a dread that wasn't quite tangible, but so suffocating it seemed to press against my very skin. The silence, it was wrong, the kind that crawls into your ears and clogs your senses. It was the kind of quiet that made your heart hammer harder with each beat. My name is Gregory, and I had escaped to the middle of nowhere, alone in an RV, desperate to flee the grinding monotony of life, to find solace where no one could reach me. But this place, this silence, it wasn't peaceful. It was wrong. The campsite sat nestled deep in the heart of northern Michigan's dense woods, far from the hum of civilization. It was isolated, untouched by the constant rush of traffic. The only sounds were the occasional chirp of birds and the rustle of leaves, sounds that once comforted me but now made my skin crawl. The air smelled of damp earth and pine, thick and suffocating. I sat outside in my chair, staring into the flames of the fire pit, trying to calm the growing tension in my chest. Coffee brewed in the small RV stove, its scent a stark contrast to the heaviness in the air. My morning routine was meant to center me, to ease my mind. First a hike, then coffee. The path I chose was well-worn but wild, as though nature had slowly claimed back what civilization had abandoned. I thought I was alone. I had to be alone, but something felt off. The deeper I ventured into the forest, the more oppressive the air became, stifling the life around me. The sunlight filtered weakly through the dense canopy, casting long, shifting shadows on the forest floor. An hour into my hike, I found it. A cabin, forgotten by time, sinking into the earth. It looked as if it had been left behind in a hurry, the door hanging from its hinges, The windows shattered like the skull of some long-dead animal. My curiosity pulled me closer, even though every instinct screamed at me to turn around, to leave this place untouched. The inside was a tomb. Dust clung to the air like a shroud, and cobwebs coated everything in sight. The furniture, rotting and bent, lay scattered across the floor. Amid the decay, I spotted a yellowed scrap of paper. I bent down to pick it up. A letter, the ink so faded it was nearly impossible to read. But the words "help" and "trapped" stood out, unmistakable, written in frantic scrawl. A noise behind me made my blood run cold, a rustling in the underbrush, slow and deliberate. I froze, a cold shiver creeping down my spine. I shoved the letter into my pocket and stepped outside, searching the woods. Empty. Silent. The uneasy feeling hadn't just returned, it had intensified. Something was wrong. I needed to leave. As I retraced my steps, every crackling twig underfoot sounded like thunder. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The forest had become a maze, its paths twisting like the mind of a predator. When I finally made it back to the RV, I found the door slightly ajar. I was certain I had closed it before I left. My heart pounded in my chest as I stepped inside, my gaze scanning every inch of the RV. Everything seemed in its place, until I noticed the coffee pot shattered on the floor and my backpack ripped open, its contents scattered in a chaotic mess. Someone had been here. I grabbed the hunting knife from the drawer and stepped back outside, the air thick with dread. The trees loomed like watching eyes, and I could feel something shifting in the shadows. And then I saw him, a figure standing at the edge of the clearing, watching me. Tall, gaunt, with wild hair and a beard that looked as though it had grown for years without care. His clothes were tattered, and his eyes, those eyes were locked onto me with an intensity that sent a jolt of pure terror into my veins. "Who are you?" I shouted, gripping the knife so tightly my knuckles turned white. He didn't answer. He simply stood there, staring. And then, slowly, he turned and vanished into the trees. A surge of anger and fear flooded me. Who was this man? What did he want? I wasn't going to let some freak ruin my escape. I followed him, keeping my distance, but never letting him out of my sight. He moved like a shadow through the forest, swift and silent, as though the trees bent to his will. After what felt like an eternity, we arrived at another clearing, this one dominated by an ominous structure, an old, crumbling warehouse overtaken by ivy. He slipped through a broken window, and I followed, heart hammering in my chest. Inside, the air was thick with decay, the smell of rot and mold overpowering. My footsteps echoed in the darkness, and as my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I saw him again, standing in the farthest corner of the room, his eyes gleaming in the shadows. "Why are you following me?" His voice reverberated through the cavernous space. "I should be asking you that," I shot back, trying to steady my voice. "What do you want from me?" He chuckled, a low, bitter sound. "You shouldn't have come here. This place isn't for people like you." "What is this place?" I demanded, my voice trembling. He didn't answer, just turned and walked deeper into the warehouse. Hesitantly, I followed. The warehouse was a maze of abandoned rooms, each one darker and more desolate than the last. Finally, we reached a large, open area. Makeshift beds, tattered furniture, and a small stove filled the space. It looked like a twisted home, a place where madness had taken root. "Welcome to my home," he sneered. "I've been living here for years, ever since I disappeared." "Disappeared?" I asked, my voice low with confusion. "Yeah, disappeared. Just like all those people you read about in the papers. I didn't vanish. I chose this, to live off the grid, away from society." A sick realization hit me. This man, Leonard Bain, was one of the missing persons, the ones who vanished without a trace. But unlike the others, he had chosen to disappear into the wilderness. He had embraced his madness. Why? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Why live like this? He gave me a look that was part pity, part contempt. Because society is broken, people are selfish, cruel. Out here, I'm free from everything. His eyes narrowed. But you're not free. You're trapped here. A chill crawled down my spine as I realized he wasn't just talking about the cabin, the forest, he was talking about me. I was his prisoner now. Before I could respond, his eyes darkened and a violent anger flashed across his face. You read the letter, didn't you? That was me. I was the one asking for help. But I was a fool. I thought I wanted to be found. But now, I can't let you leave. With a savage lunge, he attacked. His hands were around my throat before I could react. We tumbled to the floor, his grip tightening. My vision blurred as I gasped for air, my heart pounding in my ears. In a desperate move, I grabbed a shard of broken glass and slashed at his arm. He howled in pain, releasing me for just long enough to scramble to my feet. I grabbed the knife, my hands shaking, and sprinted toward the exit. I could hear him behind me, cursing, crashing through the dark maze of the warehouse. I didn't stop running until I burst out into the clearing where my RV was parked. Without a second thought, I dove inside, locking the door behind me. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely dial 911. 911, what's your emergency? The operator asked, her calm voice a stark contrast to the terror thrumming in my veins. There's a man. He's trying to kill me, I gasped. Stay calm. Where are you? She asked. I gave her my location, my breath ragged, my mind racing. Then the banging started, a deafening thud on the RV door. I grabbed the rifle from the storage compartment, hands trembling as I loaded it. Then, silence. Minutes dragged on, each one stretching like an eternity. Finally, the sound of sirens broke the stillness. Police lights flashed, and I watched through the window as officers swarmed the area. The man, Leonard Bain, was found just a short distance away, bleeding and delirious. He was arrested and later identified as the man who had disappeared over a decade ago. The police found his grisly home, the remains of those who had vanished without a trace. The media hailed me as a hero. But the quiet of the forest, once so peaceful, had become a nightmare. I would never return to that place. The scars on my neck were a constant reminder of how close I had come to death, to madness. In the end, I realized that sometimes the monsters we fear aren't hiding in the shadows. They walk among us, wearing the face of a man who just wanted to be left alone. And sometimes, the only way to survive is to fight back, no matter how terrifying the odds. My name is Alan Wickham. It was 2004, and this happened near the Trinity Wilderness in Northern California. Let me start by saying that RV camping has been my way of escaping the buzz of life since my late 20s. I had just turned 41, and I figured this trip was my personal halftime show, a little reset before tackling the second half of life. I had my trusty Class C RV, a cold six-pack in the fridge, and enough jerky to outlast a minor apocalypse. My only company was a dog-eared copy of a crime novel I'd been trying to finish for months. This wasn't my first time in the Trinity area. I'd camped there a few times before, always drawn to the dense pine forests and the quiet that could swallow you whole. But this time I decided to park my RV a little further off the beaten path, past the main campsite. It was a narrow dirt road that looked like it hadn't seen maintenance or traffic since the Clinton administration. It was perfect. The first half of the day was uneventful in the best way possible. I set up a small fire pit, pulled out my camp chair, and spent an hour trying to get a fire going. I could almost hear my ex-wife mocking me for being a man who could fix an engine but couldn't light a fire without a propane torch. After finally coaxing a flame, I grilled a couple of hot dogs and cracked open a beer. The smell of charred meat and faint pine resin in the air made me wonder why I didn't do this more often. By the time the sun dipped low, the forest began to change. The chirping birds fell silent first, followed by the rustling of squirrels and whatever else usually skittered through the underbrush. It wasn't like in the movies where a sudden creepy noise makes your hair stand on end. No, it was the absence of noise that felt wrong. Still, I brushed it off. Maybe the wildlife was settling in for the night. As I sat by the fire, nursing my second beer, I noticed something odd out of the corner of my eye, about 30 feet away, half hidden by the trees. There was a faint glint of metal. Curious, I walked over, beer in hand, to investigate. It was a hunting knife stabbed into a tree trunk at chest height. The blade was long, maybe 8 or 9 inches, and rusted in spots. I figured it was probably some camper's strange version of leave no trace. Still, the way it was angled, deliberate, almost ceremonial, made me uneasy. I returned to my RV and locked the doors, something I rarely did out here. I wasn't armed unless you count a canister of bear spray and a Swiss Army knife I'd had since college. Guns weren't my thing, and I always thought locking up in the middle of nowhere was overkill. Around midnight, I woke to a sound. At first, I thought it was the wind scraping branches against the RV, but then it came again, distinctly human. A low, repetitive tapping, like someone knocking on a hollow log. I turned off the small LED lantern and waited, straining my ears. The knocking stopped. For a few minutes there was nothing but the sound of my breathing. Then it came again, closer. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the back of the RV. I climbed out of bed as quietly as I could and grabbed the bear spray. The tapping was steady, rhythmic, and too deliberate to be random. My first thought was kids, maybe local teenagers messing around. I peered through the small kitchen window but couldn't see anything in the pitch black. I decided to open the door. I figured whoever it was would get the message once they saw me. A 6'1" guy, probably looking more annoyed than scared. But when I stepped outside, the tapping stopped, and there was no one there. I scanned the area with my flashlight. The fire pit was a smoldering pile of ash, and the forest beyond was a wall of darkness. My light caught something on the ground. Footprints. They were large, maybe size 12 or 13, and barefoot. I'm no tracker, but I could tell they were fresh. Before I could think too much about it, I heard a voice, faint and hoarse, calling from deeper in the woods. It sounded like a man, but the words were garbled, impossible to make out. My stomach dropped. Every instinct screamed at me to get back inside the RV, but curiosity got the better of me. I followed the footprints, keeping my flashlight trained on the ground. They led about 50 feet into the woods before stopping abruptly, as if whoever made them had vanished. I stood there, scanning the area, when the voice came again. Closer, louder. It sounded like a plea for help, but something was off. The words were slurred, forced through clenched teeth. I turned to head back to the RV. That's when I saw him. He stood just outside the beam of my flashlight, a hulking figure in a filthy flannel shirt and tattered jeans. His face was gaunt, the skin stretched tight over sharp cheekbones. His hair was long and matted, and dried blood crusted around his mouth. The knife from the tree was in his hand now, and he was staring at me. I didn't think. I just ran. The next few minutes were a blur of panic. I sprinted back to the RV, lungs burning, legs screaming. Behind me, I heard heavy footsteps snapping branches and crunching leaves. He wasn't running, but his strides were long and relentless. I barely made it inside, slamming the door shut and locking it as the first thud rattled the RV. I grabbed my phone to call 911. No signal. Of course. The banging stopped, and for a moment I thought he'd given up. Then I heard him circling the RV, dragging the knife across the metal siding, slow and deliberate, like he was savoring it. When the dragging stopped, there was silence. Then, a sharp crack. He was prying open one of the windows. I scrambled to the driver's seat, started the engine, and slammed on the gas. The RV lurched forward, gravel spitting as I tore down the dirt road. In the rearview mirror, I saw him standing there, the knife glinting faintly in the taillights. I didn't stop driving until I reached a gas station 2 hours away. Shaking, I called the sheriff. The deputies found my campsite the next morning. The knife was still in the tree, and they found more footprints, several sets leading deeper into the woods. What they discovered there was worse: makeshift cages made from fallen branches and rope, along with bones, both animal and human. One deputy said it looked like something out of a horror movie. The man, or men, responsible were never caught, but the knife had initials etched into the handle, FJ. That's how they identified Frederick Yanovich, a transient with a history of violent crime. He was suspected in several disappearances but had always stayed one step ahead of the law. I never went back to Trinity, or anywhere near it. Locals still talk about Frederick Yanovich. The initials on the knife? Apparently, they didn't just stand for his name. They were the initials of everyone he worked with. It was supposed to be just another weekend getaway, a little break from the city chaos. I had driven my old RV to the edge of Bear Hollow, a secluded spot in the dense forests of Oregon where I could camp, hike, and clear my head. I'm Darren Wicks, a guy who's seen his share of rough days, but nothing prepared me for what was coming. Bear Hollow was the kind of place you'd see in an adventure magazine. Tall pines, a gurgling creek, and an eerie quiet that was both calming and unsettling. I set up my camp near the creek, looking forward to the solitude and the chance to do some soul-searching. My job had been draining me lately, and I needed to hit the reset button. I remember the first evening clearly. I was sitting by the fire, sipping on a cold beer and staring into the flames. The night had a chill to it, but the fire kept me warm. The sky was a blanket of stars, more than I'd ever seen back in Portland. It was perfect, until it wasn't. Around midnight, I heard rustling in the bushes. At first, I thought it was just a deer or maybe a raccoon scavenging for food, but the rustling grew louder, more deliberate. I stood up, grabbed my flashlight, and shone it toward the noise. Nothing. The forest was still again, but my nerves were on edge. The next day, I decided to do some hiking. Bear Hollow had trails that promised great views and a chance to spot wildlife. I packed a light lunch, grabbed my walking stick, and set off. The morning sun filtered through the trees, casting long shadows on the ground. I felt the tension from the previous night begin to melt away as I immersed myself in the natural beauty around me. About an hour into my hike, I came across an old abandoned cabin. It was hidden away, almost swallowed by the forest. The wood was rotting, and the windows were broken, but it had a certain charm. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to take a look inside. The cabin was musty, filled with cobwebs and dust. There were a few pieces of old furniture, a broken chair, a table with one leg shorter than the others, and a rusty bed frame. I was about to leave when I noticed a trapdoor in the corner, partially covered by an old rug. I pulled the rug aside and pried the door open. A narrow staircase led down into the darkness. I'm not one to shy away from an adventure, so I turned on my flashlight and descended. The air grew colder as I went down, and a faint metallic smell hit my nose. The basement was small, just a single room with dirt walls. In the middle of the room was a wooden chest locked with a heavy padlock. I should have turned back, but something pushed me to see what was inside. Using a rock, I managed to break the lock. The chest creaked open, revealing a pile of old papers and a few leather-bound journals. I picked up one of the journals and started to read. It belonged to a man named Elias Morrow, who had lived in the cabin decades ago. Elias wrote about strange happenings in the forest, disappearances, eerie sounds, and sightings of a man with a twisted face. The more I read, the more a chill ran down my spine. Elias believed there was something evil lurking in Bear Hollow, something that had driven him mad. I left the cabin with the journal, feeling a mix of excitement and dread. Back at camp, I read more, learning about how Elias had gone missing, never to be seen again. His last entry mentioned a cave near the creek where he believed the evil had come from. As night fell, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I decided to sleep in the RV, locking the doors and keeping a knife by my side. I barely slept, my mind racing with thoughts of Elias and the man with the twisted face. The following morning, I decided to find the cave Elias mentioned. It was a stupid idea, but my curiosity had turned into an obsession. I packed my bag, took a deep breath, and headed out. The creek was easy to find, and I followed it upstream, scanning the banks for any sign of a cave. After what felt like hours, I finally found it. The entrance was narrow, almost hidden by overgrown bushes. I squeezed through, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The cave walls were damp, and the air was thick with the smell of decay. As I ventured deeper, I noticed strange markings on the walls, symbols and drawings that looked ancient. My heart pounded in my chest, but I pressed on. The tunnel opened into a larger chamber, and that's when I saw him. A man stood in the center of the chamber, his face twisted into a grotesque mask. His clothes were tattered, and his eyes were wild. He looked at me with a mixture of surprise and anger. Before I could react, he lunged at me, knocking the flashlight from my hand. We struggled in the darkness, his grip strong and unrelenting. I managed to reach for my knife and slashed at him. He let out a guttural cry and stumbled back. I grabbed the flashlight and shone it on him, revealing a face covered in scars and burns. "Who are you?" I shouted, my voice echoing in the cave. He didn't answer, just glared at me with those wild eyes. He lunged again, and this time I was ready. I plunged the knife into his chest, feeling the resistance as the blade went in. He gasped, blood bubbling from his mouth, and collapsed to the ground. I stood there panting, my hands trembling. The reality of what I'd done hit me like a freight train. I had killed a man. But who was he, and what was he doing here? I didn't have time to ponder. I needed to get out of the cave before anyone else showed up. I backed out slowly, keeping my eyes on the lifeless body. Once outside, I ran back to my camp, my mind racing. I packed up my things in a hurry, not wanting to stay another minute in Bear Hollow. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had uncovered something dark and dangerous. I glanced at the journal on the passenger seat, wondering if Elias Morrow had ever escaped his nightmare. Back in Portland, I turned the journal over to the police, along with a detailed report of what had happened. They found the cave, the body, and confirmed the story. It turns out the man I killed was a drifter, someone who had been living in the forest for years, preying on unsuspecting campers. Elias Morrow's journal was a key piece of evidence, revealing the twisted history of Bear Hollow and the evil that had lurked there for decades. The police closed the case, but the memory of that weekend still haunts me. Sometimes late at night, I can still hear the rustling of the bushes and see the twisted face of the man in the cave. I don't know if I'll ever go camping again, but one thing's for sure. I'll never forget Bear Hollow and the horrors it held. Now I avoid the forests and stick to the city. The concrete jungle may be rough, but at least the dangers there are ones I can see coming. My name is Fletcher Danes, and this happened in 2017 at Hell's Canyon, straddling the Oregon-Idaho border. If you've never heard of it, Hell's Canyon is the deepest river gorge in North America. A wild, untamed place where you'd expect tranquility, not terror. I'd gone there to escape, to lick my wounds after a third disastrous attempt at online dating. Apparently, sarcasm doesn't translate well over text. So, I loaded up my RV and set out for solitude. Just me, my camp stove, and the soothing roar of the Snake River. I thought I was running from failure. I didn't realize I was running straight into a nightmare. The first day was perfect. I found a secluded campsite perched near the canyon's edge. The late afternoon light draped the landscape in gold, and the only interruption to my peace was a squirrel that glared at me as if I owed it rent. I grilled a steak, cracked open a beer, and felt, for the first time in weeks, like maybe life wasn't so bad. But that fleeting sense of calm shattered as dusk descended. I was packing up when I heard voices. Not the cheerful chatter of fellow campers, but something low, insistent, and unnervingly close. I squinted into the dense pines, but the forest offered nothing but shadows. "Great," I muttered, irritated at the thought of neighbors ruining my solitude. Still, I let it go, retreating into my RV to lose myself in a gas station thriller. But the voices didn't go away. They moved, circling, retreating, drawing closer. By midnight, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside. The night was still. The stars hung brilliant and cold in the sky, and the Snake River roared below, its sound suddenly ominous. The voices had stopped. "Hello," I called, my voice echoing off the canyon walls. Silence. Then my flashlight beam fell on something 30 feet from my campsite. A shallow pit, no more than a foot deep. The earth around it was dark and disturbed, as if something had been dragged. My stomach churned. I'd watched enough true crime shows to know this was bad. Still, I forced myself to rationalize. Probably a hunter dressing game. But in the pit of my gut, I knew better. I locked the RV, pulled the curtains tight, and lay awake for hours, my pulse thrumming in my ears. Sometime before dawn, exhaustion claimed me. When I woke, it was to an oppressive, unnatural stillness. Not even the wind dared stir. Stepping outside, I froze. Footprints, large, human, and deliberate, circled my RV, leading right up to my door. My stomach turned to ice. Someone had been inches away from me as I slept. Adrenaline spiked. Grabbing my camp axe, I decided to check the area in daylight. I followed the footprints into the woods, the sound of my boots crunching on brittle twigs deafening in the quiet. About 100 yards in, I found it, a tarp strung between two trees. Beneath it was a mound of discarded belongings, shoes, backpacks, and even a child stuffed animal. My breath caught. I stepped closer, lifting a stained jacket. It was stiff, the dark patches unmistakable. Blood. My mind raced with possibilities, each worse than the last. Then, behind me, a branch snapped. I spun around, flashlight trembling. A man loomed, tall and broad-shouldered, his face like weathered granite. His clothes were filthy, his eyes predatory. In his hand, he gripped a machete. "What are you doing here?" he growled, his voice low and edged with menace. "Just hiking," I stammered, forcing a weak smile. Didn't mean to intrude. He took a step forward, the machete catching the light. "This is private property. You'd best leave." "Of course," I said, backing away slowly. My heart hammered, but I kept my steps measured, knowing that panic would only draw him closer. Somehow, I made it back to my RV. I didn't even pack up. I threw open the door, started the engine, and tore down the dirt road. The road out of Hell's Canyon is a treacherous maze of hairpin turns, sheer drops, and cliffs that seem to lean in, eager to swallow you. But I didn't care. All that mattered was putting distance between me and that man. Then, as I rounded a bend, my stomach plummeted. A truck blocked the road, its rusted frame a hulking barricade. 2 men stood beside it. One of them was the machete-wielding stranger. I slammed on the brakes, my RV skidding to a stop. My shaking hands reached for my phone. No signal. Gripping the axe, I stepped out, feigning a bravery I didn't feel. "Move your truck," I demanded, my voice betraying me with a tremor. The machete man grinned, his yellowed teeth glinting. "Told you to leave. Guess you didn't listen." Before I could respond, the second man lunged. He was smaller but wiry, his knife flashing in the sunlight. I swung the axe, catching his arm. He screamed, stumbling back, but the machete man was already charging, his weapon arced toward me, and I barely managed to block the clash of metal ringing in the canyon. The force knocked me off balance. Desperation took over. I swung wildly, the axe burying itself in his shoulder. He howled, dropping the machete. I bolted back to the RV, slamming the door and flooring the gas. The RV lurched forward, ramming their truck. Metal shrieked as I scraped past, my pursuers chasing on foot before disappearing in my rearview mirror. I didn't stop until I reached a ranger station miles away. Shaking, I told them everything. Authorities arrived, but the men and their truck were gone. What they found instead chilled me to the bone. Beneath the tarp were shallow graves, 3 of them. Inside were remains. Human remains. The machete man was later identified as Cole Rafferty, a drifter tied to a string of disappearances. His accomplice, a local named Tom Veeder, was known for petty crimes. Together they'd turned Hell's Canyon into their hunting ground. They were never caught. I still don't know why they let me go that day. Maybe they thought I was too scared to fight back. Maybe I was just lucky. But I'll never forget the look in Rafferty's eyes when I swung that axe. It wasn't pain or anger. It was shock. Shock that for once, his prey had fought back. Hell's Canyon earned its name that night, and I'll never go back. I've always believed that RV camping was the perfect escape. The solitude, the vast open spaces, and the rare silence where you could actually hear yourself think, something almost extinct in the chaos of daily life. My name is Lucas Evers, and I craved that peace more than anything after my divorce. My wife got the house, and the judge granted me visitation rights to see my son every other weekend. So, I bought myself an old RV and started hitting the road whenever I could. It wasn't an ideal trade-off, but the RV became my sanctuary, a kind of therapy on wheels. This time, I'd driven to a secluded patch of wilderness deep in the Adirondacks, a place so remote that cell service was a myth, and the nearest neighbor might as well be on another planet. It was perfect for someone like me, a man trying to figure out where everything in his life had gone so wrong. I parked by a crystalline lake surrounded by towering pines that swayed and whispered in the cool evening breeze. The sunset painted the sky in fiery hues of orange and pink, a final masterpiece before the night claimed the world. I lit a small campfire, roasted some hot dogs, and sipped a beer while watching the flames dance. The peace was intoxicating, almost surreal. Then night fell, and the forest came alive. Crickets chirped, leaves rustled, and somewhere in the distance an owl hooted. For the first time in a long while, I felt truly calm. But then something caught my eye. A flicker of light. A campfire, faint and deep in the woods, perhaps a few hundred yards away. I hadn't noticed anyone else when I arrived. My curiosity got the better of me. I grabbed my flashlight and headed toward the light. my boots crunching softly on the carpet of pine needles. As I neared the fire, I saw a small tent and a figure sitting motionless by the flames. "Hello there!" I called out, not wanting to startle them. The figure turned. It was a man, mid-30s, with a scruffy beard and an old, weathered army jacket. He raised a hand in greeting, his face dimly illuminated by the firelight. "Didn't think I'd see anyone else out here," he said as I approached. "Same here," I replied. "I'm Lucas." "Sam," he said, shaking my hand. "Care to join me for a bit?" I hesitated, but then sat down on a log across from him. We chatted, sharing travel stories and road-worn wisdom. Sam seemed like an ordinary guy, another drifter seeking solitude, but something about him gnawed at me. His eyes darted around constantly, and he kept glancing over his shoulder as if he were expecting someone or something. I chalked it up to my own nerves and eventually excused myself, heading back to my RV. The forest seemed darker on the way back, the silence heavier. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. That night, I locked the RV door and crawled into bed. But sleep didn't come easily. A faint scraping noise jolted me awake sometime after midnight. My heart hammered as I grabbed my flashlight and peered through the window. Nothing. Just the swaying trees and the dark. Eventually, exhaustion overtook me. When I woke, sunlight was streaming through the RV windows. I felt ridiculous for letting my imagination run wild. Determined to enjoy the day, I went for a long hike around the lake, taking photos and trying to clear my head. When I returned, something was off. Footprints, too large to be mine, circled the RV. My stomach knotted as I traced them to the edge of the woods, where they disappeared. Someone had been watching me. Sam's odd behavior flashed in my mind. I decided to pack up and leave. As I hurriedly stowed my gear, a rustling came from the bushes. I turned to see Sam emerging from the woods, his face hard and unreadable. "Leaving already?" he asked, his voice casual, but his eyes cold. "Yeah, just thought I'd find another spot," I replied, forcing a smile. Sam stepped closer, too close. "You know," he said, his tone darkening, "it's not safe out here. People go missing all the time." My pulse quickened. "Thanks for the warning," I muttered, stepping back. Sam's expression twisted into something sinister. "You saw something last night, didn't you?" "I don't know what you're talking about," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. But he wasn't buying it. "You looked out the window. I saw you." Before I could respond, he lunged at me. His weight knocked me to the ground, and we wrestled in the dirt. His strength was terrifying, his grip like iron. I managed to grab a fallen branch and swung it at him, catching him across the face. He staggered back, blood streaking his cheek. "Stay away!" I shouted, scrambling to my feet. Sam just stood there, panting, his eyes wild. "You should have stayed away, Lucas. Now it's too late." I didn't wait to find out what he meant. I bolted for the RV, started the engine, and tore down the dirt road. In the rearview mirror, I saw him standing there, watching me with a look that chilled me to the bone. Pure hatred, pure madness. I drove until I reached a small town on the forest's edge. At a diner, I told the waitress Maggie about what had happened. She frowned and called the sheriff, a grizzled man named Hank. "You're not the first," Hank said grimly after hearing my story. "We've had people vanish around here. They come for the solitude, but some never come back." A shiver ran through me. "What should I do?" I asked. "Stay here tonight," Hank said. "But if I were you, I'd avoid places like that in the future." That night I didn't return to the RV, and when morning came I drove far away, vowing never to return to the wilderness. Sam's words echoed in my mind. "You should have stayed away." Now it's too late. The peace I'd sought had turned into a nightmare. And somewhere in those woods, Sam, or whatever he truly was still out there, waiting for the next wanderer to stumble into his domain. My name is Leonardo Harper. In the summer of 2019, I decided to escape the suffocating monotony of my desk job by venturing into the remote forests near Ellery, Minnesota. The idea was laughable in hindsight. A city guy with zero survival skills driving an old RV into the wilderness, hoping to find himself. The closest I'd ever come to camping was pitching a tent in my living room during a blackout. But I was desperate for something different. The drive up was eerily quiet, the dense trees on either side of the winding road swallowing the sunlight. My GPS had lost signal hours ago, leaving me to rely on my infamously poor sense of direction. When I finally stumbled upon a clearing by a serene lake, I parked the RV and stepped outside. The silence was deafening, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves. The first few days were clumsy but uneventful. I nearly set myself on fire while building a campfire and caught more algae than fish. Still, there was something liberating about being alone, surrounded by nothing but nature. I felt at peace. That changed on the third day. I was grilling some burgers when a man emerged from the trees. He was tall and wiry, his unruly red hair giving him a wild, almost feral look. "Mind if I join you?" he asked, his voice friendly, but carrying an edge I couldn't place. "Sure," I said, though unease prickled the back of my neck. He introduced himself as Nolan, a wanderer who made his living doing odd jobs. We talked for hours, and despite my initial hesitation, I found his stories captivating. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he stood to leave. "Stay safe," he said, his gaze lingering on the tree line. "This place, it can get strange at night." I laughed nervously. "Strange how?" He just shrugged, gave me a half smile, and disappeared into the shadows. That night I woke to a scream. It was distant but blood-curdling, slicing through the quiet like a blade. I sat bolt upright, my heart hammering in my chest. "Probably just a wild animal," I muttered, though I didn't believe it. Then it came again, closer this time. Grabbing my flashlight, I stepped outside. "Hello?" I called, my voice shaky. Silence. I should have gone back inside, locked the door, and stayed put. Instead, I followed the sound, my curiosity overriding my common sense. The trees seemed to close in around me as I walked, their gnarled branches clawing at the sky. The scream came again, guiding me to a moonlit clearing. And that's when I saw him. Nolan. He was sprawled on the ground, his chest soaked in blood. I dropped to my knees beside him. "Nolan, what happened?" Before I could get an answer, a low chuckle froze me in place. I whipped around and saw a man step out of the shadows. He was burly, with a shaved head and a jagged scar slicing down his cheek. In his hand was a hunting knife, the blade glinting in the moonlight. "Lost, are we?" he drawled, his voice thick with malice. I scrambled to my feet, my throat dry. "I don't want any trouble." His grin widened. "Trouble's already here." I didn't wait. I ran, the flashlight beam jerking wildly as I tore through the woods. Behind me, I heard his heavy footsteps and his laughter, deep, guttural, and unrelenting. "You can't run forever," he called. "Watch me," I shouted, though my lungs were already burning. The RV came into view, its faint glow like a beacon in the darkness. I flung myself inside, locking the door behind me. My hands shook as I searched for my phone. No signal. A loud thud rattled the RV as the man slammed against the door. "Open up," he sneered. "I'll make it quick." "Not happening," I muttered, grabbing the nearest weapon. A fire extinguisher. The windows shattered as he smashed them with the hilt of his knife. Glass sprayed across the floor. "You're just making this harder on yourself." I retreated to the back of the RV, my mind racing. Then I remembered the emergency flare gun. As he began climbing through the broken window, I aimed it at him. "Back off!" I shouted. He paused, his eyes narrowing. "You don't have the guts." He lunged, and I fired. The flare struck him square in the chest, igniting his shirt. He stumbled back, screaming as flames engulfed him. I didn't wait to see the aftermath. I ran deeper into the woods, the cries fading behind me. Eventually, I stumbled onto a gravel road. Collapsing onto the ground, I waved frantically at an approaching truck. The driver, an older man with a weathered face, rolled down the window. "You all right, son?" "Please," I gasped. "There's a man. He tried to kill me." "Get in," he said. Relief flooded me as I climbed into the truck. "Thank you," I said, my voice trembling. But as the truck sped off, the road became rougher, the trees denser. Where's the sheriff's station?" I asked. The man glanced at me, his expression unreadable. "It's a ways out yet." Something in his tone sent chills down my spine. I reached for the door handle, but he locked it with a click. Now, he said, his voice calm. "No need for that." My stomach dropped. "Who are you?" He smirked. "Name's Earl. Hank's my brother." The blood drained from my face. Desperate, I grabbed a flashlight from the floor and swung it into his face. He yelled, the truck swerving violently before hitting a ditch and flipping. When I came to, I crawled out of the wreckage, my body screaming in pain. Sirens wailed in the distance. The police arrived moments later. Guns drawn. I told them everything. Hank and Earl Wilcox were arrested, linked to countless disappearances over the years. Back in the city, life slowly returned to normal. But one night I received a letter. No return address. Inside was a newspaper clipping about the Wilcox brothers' trial. Scrawled across it were 4 words, "See you real soon." My name is Mark Everett, and I'm 45 years old. The nightmare that I'm about to tell you happened in the fall of 2023, during what was supposed to be a peaceful RV trip with my daughter Emily. I planned it to reconnect with her after the divorce earlier that year. Our relationship had been rocky, to say the least. Emily, 14, was like most teenagers, buried in her phone, lost in a world I barely understood. I thought a quiet getaway in Black Creek Forest near Albany would do us good, give us time to repair our bond. I couldn't have been more wrong. It started with the RV. It was older than I wanted to admit, and I hadn't used it since before Emily was born. The battery gave me trouble right from the start, dying twice before we even made it out of the driveway. I brushed it off as nothing to worry about. We'll be fine, I told myself. A few nights unplugged will be good for us. When we arrived at Black Creek, the forest was beautiful in a way that sent a chill down my spine. The trees towered overhead, their twisted branches blocking out the sun, and the leaves shimmered gold in the eerie light. Emily hated it immediately. "This is the middle of nowhere," she groaned, slumping into her seat. "Why couldn't we just go to Lake George or somewhere normal?" "Because we don't need a crowd," I said, trying to sound positive. "This is about us, spending time together." She didn't answer. Instead, she turned away, earbuds in, arms crossed. Shadow, our German shepherd, was the only one excited, bounding around the RV as if he'd never seen the outdoors before. We set up camp near the edge of the forest, close to a narrow, overgrown trail. The first night passed without incident, except for the RV battery dying once again. I spent 2 hours in the dark, fiddling with jumper cables while Emily grumbled about the lack of Wi-Fi. By morning, I decided we needed to explore. Emily didn't want to at first, but Shadow wouldn't stop barking, so she reluctantly grabbed her jacket. The 3 of us ventured down the trail, the air feeling thick, heavy, as though something was watching us. An hour into our hike, Emily stopped. "Dad, look," she called, voice shaky. I turned to see her pointing at something hanging from a tree. It was a small, crude wooden figure, barely 6 inches tall, made from twisted twigs bound together with string. Feathers and tufts of animal fur hung from its arms. It looked like some kind of totem. Shadow growled, his ears flattened against his head. Probably just some kid's art project, I said, trying to sound casual, but my skin crawled. Emily shook her head, her finger tracing the string. This is old, she whispered, like really old. I didn't know how to respond. Something about the totem made my blood run cold. I forced a smile. Come on, let's keep moving. We kept walking, but we found more totems, dozens, maybe hundreds, scattered through the trees, hidden in bushes and nailed to trunks. The deeper we went, the more intricate they became. Some had carved faces. Others were wrapped in what looked like animal sinew. Emily snapped pictures, muttering about how creepy they were. Shadow, however, wouldn't go any farther. After the third totem, he sat down on the trail, his fur bristling, barking at nothing. Time to head back, I said, uneasy. That night, things took a darker turn. It started with whispers. I was outside the RV adding firewood to the pit when I heard them, soft, almost imperceptible at first, like wind rustling through leaves. I thought it was my imagination. But as the night wore on, the whispers grew louder, more distinct. They sounded like my name. Emily, I called, poking my head inside. Turn off your phone. It's off, she said, annoyed, lying on the couch, her earbuds in. Shadow curled at her feet. There's no signal out here, I said, frowning. I stepped outside again, but the whispers were still there, low, urgent, just beyond the firelight. I couldn't make out the words, but they felt like they were for me. By midnight, the RV felt stifling. The battery had died again, leaving us without power or heat. Emily was asleep, but Shadow wouldn't settle. He paced, whining softly, eyes fixed on the windows. At some point, I must have dozed off because I woke to scratching, soft, deliberate, like nails on metal. Shadow went wild, barking and lunging at the door. My heart raced as I grabbed the flashlight, my hands trembling. I opened the door cautiously, the beam of light cutting through the blackness. Nothing. Just trees. Probably just a raccoon, I muttered, though I didn't believe it. Shadow kept barking. His gaze locked on something I couldn't see. Minutes passed, then he stopped, but the tension in the air remained, thick and suffocating. The next morning, I found deep, jagged claw marks on the side of the RV, running the length of the vehicle. Emily noticed them too. What did that? She asked, wide-eyed. Probably a bear, I lied, my voice strained. Nothing to worry about. But I didn't buy it, and neither did she. We ate breakfast in silence until Shadow suddenly bolted into the forest, barking frantically. Before I could stop him, he was gone. Emily screamed, and we both ran after him, the trees swallowing us whole. "Shadow!" I shouted. We followed his barks deeper into the forest until we stumbled into a clearing. In the center stood a massive tree, its trunk carved with strange symbols, circles, triangles, jagged lines that looked almost like writing. Emily whispered, "Dad, this is witchcraft." I didn't answer. The air was frigid and the whispers returned, louder than ever, clawing at my sanity. Shadow's barking came from beyond the tree, but we couldn't move. We were frozen, trapped in the clearing, until Shadow reappeared. His fur was matted, his eyes wild. He whimpered and pressed himself against my leg, refusing to look at the tree. "We're leaving," I said, grabbing Emily's arm. Back at the RV, the situation unraveled quickly. The power was still out, and Emily wouldn't stop shaking. She kept muttering about the tree, saying she could still hear the whispers. That night, the witch came. It began with the windows, violent rattling, as if something, or someone, was trying to get in. Shadow's bark was high-pitched and panicked, like he was terrified. Then we saw her. She appeared outside in the firelight. Tall, thin, with a tattered dress, her hollow eyes glowing in the dark. Her mouth didn't move, but the whispers grew deafening, filling every corner of my mind. Emily screamed, and Shadow lunged at the door, snarling. The witch raised one hand, and the RV began to shake. Objects flew off shelves. The walls groaned. The temperature plummeted. I grabbed Emily, pulling her close. "It's okay. I've got you," I whispered, but it wasn't okay. Not by a long shot. I don't know how I found the strength to move, but something in the back of my mind told me what to do. Maybe a memory, maybe instinct. I grabbed my hunting knife and carved one of the symbols from the tree into the RV's door. The shaking stopped immediately. The witch let out a scream so high-pitched and bone-shattering it felt like my skull might crack. And then, silence. We didn't sleep that night. The moment the sun rose, we packed up and left. The RV barely started, and the drive home was a blur. Emily didn't say a word. Shadow wouldn't stop trembling. When we finally made it back to civilization, I thought we were safe. But last week, Emily showed me something on her phone, pictures she'd taken of the totems. In the background of one, I saw her, the witch, and she was smiling. Camping had always been my escape. The rare moments when I could inhale deeply and forget about the crushing weight of daily life. A sanctuary where the stress would simply melt away. This trip, though, was not like the others. It was supposed to be like any other. Just me, my RV, and the peace of the wilderness. But something shifted that day. Something dark. I parked my RV deep in the secluded heart of Grand Teton National Park, a place few dared to venture. I had discovered this hidden gem a few years ago, a patch of untouched land where silence reigned and the world felt far away. The towering mountains loomed overhead, the air sharp and pure, and the occasional call of wildlife kept the solitude alive. For me, it was paradise. I was alone, Nolan Brewer, and I had a talent for finding these secret corners of the world. My body craved the isolation, the way it made me feel small yet free. The day was just beginning, and the forest hummed with life. I unloaded my gear, eager for a hike. The sun peeked over the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees. I set off, my footsteps muffled by the soft earth beneath me, the forest alive with bird calls and the rustling of leaves. I've never been one to carry a weapon while camping, never felt the need. I chose safe places, where the biggest threat was a raccoon snatching a snack. How naive I was. I would regret that decision. After an hour of walking, I reached the stream I had visited on my last trip. It was just as beautiful as I remembered, crystal clear water, cascading over smooth rocks. I knelt to fill my canteen, the stillness of the moment a balm for my tired soul. Then I heard it, a rustling in the underbrush. I spun around expecting to see a deer or perhaps a squirrel, but what I saw instead froze the blood in my veins. A man. Wild-eyed, unkempt, with a hunting knife gleaming in the weak morning light. He looked out of place, like something that didn't belong in this peaceful world. "Didn't expect to see anyone out here." His voice was rough, cracked, like it hadn't been used in days. I stood slowly, trying to keep my calm. "Just here for some peace and quiet," I said, my hand instinctively brushing the pocket where I kept my phone. But I had no signal. He ignored my response, stepping closer. "Got any food on you? Been out here for days. Starvin'." There was something off about him, something in the wildness of his eyes. Instinct told me to run, but I didn't. Something kept me rooted to the spot, like a deer caught in headlights. I pulled a couple of protein bars from my pack and held them out. "Here, take these." He grabbed them eagerly, but instead of stepping back, he took another step closer. "You alone?" he asked, his eyes narrowing, piercing through me. "Yeah," I said, the word catching in my throat. "Just me." "Perfect," he muttered, more to himself than to me. Before I could react, he lunged. The knife was aimed straight for my chest. My heart slammed in my chest, but I dodged just in time, the blade slicing through the air where I had been seconds before. I grabbed a nearby branch, swinging it like a club. my voice breaking the tense silence. "Back off!" He grinned, a feral, hungry grin like a predator with nothing to lose. "You're not getting on. Out of here alive," he spat, his voice dripping with madness. I swung the branch with all my strength, catching him across the head. He staggered back, dazed, but I didn't hesitate. I ran. I tore through the forest, my breath ragged and my pulse pounding in my ears. I could hear him crashing through the underbrush behind me, his curses and threats growing louder. Panic threatened to claw its way up my throat, but I fought it down, focusing on the path ahead. The RV was too far, it would never be safe in time. Then I remembered the old ranger station. It was miles away, but it was my only hope. I changed direction, praying that he didn't know about it. The minutes dragged, each one stretching into eternity as I ran, my legs screaming in protest, the forest blurring around me. I glanced behind me and saw him, gaining. The ranger station finally appeared, small, weather-beaten, tucked into the trees. I burst through the door, slamming it shut behind me with all my strength. My hands fumbled with a heavy wooden beam, and I shoved it into place. My legs gave way, and I collapsed to the floor, chest heaving with terror. Silence surrounded me. For a moment I dared to hope that I had lost him. Then the door shook under the force of a violent blow. I scrambled to my feet, my eyes darting around the room for anything I could use. The station was old, abandoned. The shelves were lined with rusted tools, broken equipment. I grabbed a hatchet, its dull blade still heavy with potential danger. The door splintered with another forceful strike, and I knew it wouldn't hold much longer. With a final crash, the door gave way. And he was there. His eyes were wild, feral, his lips curled in a snarl. "You can't hide forever," he hissed, charging at me, his knife raised high. I swung the hatchet, the steel clanging against his blade with a jarring metallic ring. He was stronger than he looked, his arms like coiled springs. We grappled, my breath coming in shallow gasps. His knife scraped across my arm, but I barely felt it, the adrenaline numbing the pain. I twisted free, landing a solid kick to his stomach, and he stumbled back, momentarily dazed. I didn't hesitate. I brought the hatchet down, catching him in the shoulder. He screamed, but the sound only seemed to fuel his rage. With a roar, he charged again. We went down in a tangle of limbs, the hatchet slipping from my grasp. His knife was inches from my throat. I could feel the cold steel as it scraped against my skin. In that moment of desperation, I spotted something. A flare gun just out of reach. I shoved him off, my fingers scrabbling for the weapon. He realized what I was after and dove for it too, but my hand closed around the handle first. I spun, pulling the trigger. The flare struck him square in the chest. His shirt ignited in a burst of flame, and he screamed, thrashing in panic. I kicked the knife from his hand, then bolted for the door. Outside, the cold air hit me like a slap to the face, but I didn't stop running. I could still hear him screaming, but I didn't dare look back. Not until I was sure I had enough distance between us. Eventually, I stumbled upon a park ranger. Out of breath, bleeding, my body shaking uncontrollably, I managed to tell him what happened. Backup was called, and we returned to the station together. But the man was gone. All that was left was a charred mess of flesh and bone and the knife he had tried to kill me with. The Rangers took my statement, but deep down, I knew the truth. He had survived. He was still out there, somewhere. Watching. Waiting. I never returned to that spot. Camping lost its appeal, and no matter how far I traveled, I couldn't shake the feeling that his eyes were always on me. Always waiting for the right moment. And though I've learned to live with the scars, both seen and unseen, there are some things that never fade. The wheels of my RV kicked up a suffocating cloud of dust as I pulled into the desolate campground, far removed from the oppressive noise of the city. I had come to escape, to unwind, to fish, and to savor the crushing solitude that seemed to mock the constant hum of my life. I had grown up in the suburbs of Louisville, Kentucky, but after my mother passed, I sought out these isolated retreats, desperate for a place to clear my mind. It was the only way to silence the memories that had begun to gnaw at me like rats in the walls. My name's Martin DuPont, and I've been through my share of highs and lows. But nothing, absolutely nothing, could have prepared me for the horrors I would face at that forgotten lake. I set up camp beside Lake Walcott, an eerie stretch of water, its surface as smooth as black glass, reflecting the tall, looming pines that surrounded it. The air was thick with an unsettling chill despite the fading sun, casting long, golden shadows over the land as the world seemed to hold its breath. I sank into my camp chair, a cold beer in hand, and let the unnatural quiet seep into my bones, hoping for peace. An old man named Vernon Hughes, the campground host, wandered by with his golden retriever Daisy, his shuffle disturbingly loud against the unnatural silence. We exchanged brief, almost rehearsed nods, acknowledging each other in that familiar way, a shared love for the outdoors hanging in the air like an unspoken promise. "Nice evening," he grumbled, his voice rough as gravel. "Couldn't ask for better," I replied, taking a long gulp from the bottle, trying to swallow down the unease creeping up my spine. We traded mundane words about fishing spots and weather patterns, empty conversation, the kind that fills the space when people are too polite to admit they'd rather be anywhere else. As Vernon shuffled off with Daisy, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me from the shadows. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I lit a fire, its crackling flames breaking the dead silence of the night. I roasted hot dogs, savoring their simplicity, one of the few pleasures left that hadn't turned sour. The stars flickered coldly overhead, adding to the growing sense of something being terribly wrong. Later, I decided to take a walk around the lake, flashlight in hand, the beam cutting through the suffocating darkness. The woods were so quiet, too quiet. The only sound was the rhythmic crunch of leaves beneath my boots, accompanied by the distant rustle of unseen creatures. It was peaceful in a way that made my skin crawl. Then I saw it. A flicker of light in the distance, its glow too harsh, too unnatural. My pulse quickened as I squinted, unable to make sense of it. It wasn't the soft warmth of a campfire. It was the cold, erratic flicker of a lantern. My feet moved before I had the chance to stop them, drawn toward it by some primal instinct. As I crept closer, I heard voices, low, urgent whispers. A chill ran down my spine. "We have to get it out of here tonight," one voice hissed, his words sharp with panic. "What if someone sees us?" another man stammered, fear unmistakable in his tone. "We've come too far to back out now," the first man snapped. "Let's just get it done." My stomach lurched. Whatever they were doing, it wasn't right. It wasn't human. I crouched behind a tree, straining to hear more. My mind raced with possibilities. Illegal activity, something far darker. But before I could make sense of it, my foot snagged a dry twig. The snap was deafening in the still night. "Who's there?" A voice called out, harsh and commanding. Flashlights swept through the trees, their beams cutting the darkness like daggers. I froze, my heart pounding like a drum in my chest, praying they wouldn't see me. "Probably just an animal," one of them muttered, his voice trembling. "Check it out, just to be sure," came the command, cold and final. I didn't wait to find out if they would follow through. My instincts screamed at me to run, and I obeyed, creeping back into the woods, every nerve on fire. It felt like hours before I finally made it back to my campsite, my head spinning, and my legs weak with fear. The fire was little more than smoldering embers, casting long, haunting shadows that danced across the ground like ghosts. Sleep didn't come that night. I lay in my tent, my mind replaying the events over and over. What were those men doing? What was hidden beneath the earth? My body screamed for me to leave, but a dark, insistent curiosity held me there, unable to pull away. The next morning, I woke early, the events of the previous night like a weight pressing on my chest. Vernon ambled by again, his dog trotting happily at his side, but there was no comfort in his presence now. "Sleep well?" he asked, his voice a harsh whisper. "Not really," I muttered, reluctant to share the horrors of the night. "Saw some strange activity around the lake. A group of men doing something with a hatch." Vernon's expression faltered, his brows furrowing in confusion. "A hatch? That's odd. This place has been quiet for years. Probably some kid's playing a prank." I didn't believe him for a second. No, something darker was at play here. After breakfast I returned to the lake, my body bracing itself for what I might find. The clearing was easy to find, but the hatch was gone, replaced by a disturbingly fresh patch of disturbed earth. My breath caught in my throat as I knelt, brushing away the dirt. The edges of the hatch were still visible beneath the surface, hastily covered, as though someone wanted it hidden, and quickly. A voice behind me made my heart stop. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" I spun around to see one of the men from the night before, his face twisted in anger. Without warning, he lunged at me, his fist catching me across the cheek. Pain exploded across my face as I stumbled back, instinctively reaching for something, anything, to defend myself. My hand closed around a rock, and I swung it with all the strength I had, connecting with his temple. He collapsed, unconscious. The forest was deathly quiet as I watched him crumple to the ground. The others hadn't come. Yet. I wasted no time. I pried open the hatch and descended into the cold, oppressive darkness below. The air grew heavier with each step, and the walls of the narrow tunnel pressed in on me, thick with the scent of mildew. As I descended, I heard the echo of dripping water, and the deeper I went, the darker the tunnel became. Finally, I reached a small chamber, and what I saw there made my blood freeze. 3 bodies lay on the floor, their faces twisted in terror, dressed in camping gear just like mine. One of them I recognized had checked in just days before I arrived. Before I could process the horror, I heard footsteps approaching. I pressed myself against the wall, breath shallow and frantic. 2 of the men entered, shovels in hand. "Get rid of these quickly," one of them said, his voice a low, guttural whisper. "We can't afford to leave any evidence." I watched in disbelief as they began to dig shallow graves for the bodies, and I knew I had to leave. Now, I scrambled back up the ladder, replaced the hatch, and dragged the unconscious man into the underbrush, praying the cover would buy me enough time. Back at my campsite, I packed quickly, my mind spinning with the sickening knowledge of what I had just witnessed. I had to get out of there, had to get to the authorities. I sped toward the nearest town, my heart hammering in my chest, and pulled into the sheriff's office, my hands shaking as I dialed 911. When Sheriff Timmons arrived, her eyes sharp and focused, I could see she believed me, and that made the nightmare feel all the more real. She sent her team to the campground, and within hours, they found the bodies, just as I had described. The hatch was part of an abandoned Cold War bunker, repurposed by these men for their sick, twisted game. They'd been luring campers in, killing them, and burying the bodies as if they were nothing more than vermin. "Thanks to you, we've put an end to it," Sheriff Timmons said, her voice gruff but grateful. "They're going away for a long time." I nodded, but the words barely registered. The calm, serene beauty of the campground was forever shattered in my mind. replaced by the images of those innocent souls, lost to a nightmare I would never forget. And I knew, no matter how far I ran, that Lake Walcott would haunt me for the rest of my life. My name is C.L.A. Mercer. I'm 32, a nature photographer, a soul who seeks out the perfect shot, whether it's the delicate arc of a branch or the elusive beauty of a rare bird. While others are trapped in offices or glued to their screens, my work leads me into places most people wouldn't dare venture. Sometimes that's the point. But Black Creek State Forest wasn't just some random destination for me. It was a place shrouded in whispered legends, dark stories shared in hushed tones. A place I'd heard about for years, where people spoke of things that should never be seen. It was October of last year. The air had that crisp bite that heralds autumn's arrival, and the trees were ablaze with color. I was looking for solitude, for a break from the wreckage of a broken relationship. What I found instead, it still haunts my every waking moment. I arrived late in the afternoon, after hours of winding roads that seemed to mock my GPS. The place was desolate. No campgrounds, no ranger stations, not even a trailhead marker where I parked the RV. Perfect for someone like me, someone desperate to escape the world. The woods were breathtaking, a kind of beauty that makes you forget you're utterly alone. Sunlight filtered through the golden canopy, casting eerie pools of light on the ground. It was the perfect scene for my portfolio, and I wasted no time setting up camp. But as dusk fell, something was off. My camera batteries drained faster than I'd ever experienced. I'd fully charged them before leaving, but within minutes of use, they were dead. The same thing happened to my phone, which made no sense. Frustrated, I chalked it up to the cold, though it wasn't cold at all. Then I heard it. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, a faint, distant crying like that of a child. But as the night deepened, it grew louder, more distinct. I convinced myself it was some animal, maybe a fox or some strange bird. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. I locked the RV doors that night, more out of habit than fear. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, listening to the sound of that crying echoing through the trees. The next morning, my stomach turned. There were footprints outside the RV, dozens of small, barefoot prints circling the vehicle over and over. I crouched down to examine them, trying to tell myself they were animal tracks. But they weren't. They were human. I told myself it was probably another camper, a family with kids. I hadn't seen any other vehicles, but the forest was vast. It was possible. Still, something about those prints didn't sit right. They were too uniform, too deliberate. I forced myself to push my unease aside and focus on my work. That's why I came, after all. I spent the day hiking, trying to capture whatever I could with the little battery left on my camera. The forest was unnervingly silent. No bird calls, no rustling in the underbrush, just the crackle of dry leaves underfoot and the occasional groan of a tree limb swaying in the wind. That's when I found it. A shrine, hidden in a hollow barely visible until I was right on top of it. A ring of weathered stones piled high with decaying children's shoes, faded toys, and other offerings that looked older than I was. In the center was a single flat stone, carved with a symbol I didn't recognize. A chill crawled up my spine. Something about this place was wrong. But like an idiot, I took pictures. That night, the crying returned. Louder this time. I tried to drown it out with music, but my phone died halfway through the first song. The RV's generator sputtered and went silent soon after, plunging me into total darkness. And then came the knock. It started soft, almost polite, just a single light tap on the RV door. My body froze, every muscle locked in terror. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling. No response. I grabbed my flashlight and crept toward the door, heart pounding in my chest. I opened it just a crack and shone the beam into the night. Nothing. Just trees. Silent. Still. I slammed the door shut and locked it, my skin crawling. I felt foolish, but the dread didn't dissipate. I didn't sleep that night. The knocking continued, growing louder, moving from the door to the windows until finally, when I dared to look outside, I saw it. A child. Standing in the clearing, illuminated by the pale moonlight. No more than 7 or 8, dressed in ragged, old-fashioned clothes. But it wasn't the clothes that froze my blood. It was their eyes. No whites, no pupils. Just endless, empty blackness. The child didn't move, didn't speak. But somehow I could hear their voice in my mind. Let me in. I stumbled backwards, slamming the blinds shut. By morning I was done. I packed up in a frenzy, desperate to leave. But when I started driving, the road twisted back on itself no matter which direction I took. I kept ending up in the same clearing. And there they were, the child, watching, always watching. I spent the next few hours frantically searching for answers. I barely had enough battery left, but I found something. The symbol on the stone. An old occult sigil. Child sacrifice. Protective wards. I had broken something. I had disturbed something that was never meant to be disturbed. That night the child grew bolder. They appeared at the edge of the RV, their whispers now shrieking. They mimicked voices from my past, my ex, my mother, even my own voice, begging me to come outside. Desperate, I made the decision to return to the shrine. I hiked through the darkness, the child's cries tearing at my sanity. When I reached the hollow, the air was thick with the stench of decay. The shrine pulsed with an unnatural energy. The stone was faintly glowing. And there the child stood, their face pale, their black eyes fixed on me. "Join us," they whispered, extending a hand. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I knew I couldn't. Not yet. I grabbed a rock and smashed the shrine stone with all my strength. The child let out a blood-curdling scream. The ground trembled beneath me. The air turned impossibly cold, and for a moment I thought I had made a terrible mistake. But then everything went still. The child was gone. I ran back to the RV. The road was clear. I drove for hours, not daring to look in the rear-view mirror, as if I could outrun the horror. Even now, safe at home, I feel the forest has not let me go completely. I developed the photos from that trip last week. Most of them were normal. Trees, leaves, the usual stuff. But one was different. In the background of a photo taken near the shrine, there they are, the child, their black eyes staring directly at the camera. My name is Jamie Carter, and I'm 28 years old. I've always been drawn to the strange and the dark, to the stories that linger in the shadows, haunting the places where few dare to tread. Maybe it's my obsession with history, or maybe I just love the thrill of stepping into someone else's nightmare. Either way, it's what led me and my best friend Lena to Sleepy Hollow, New York, last October. What was supposed to be a simple, harmless ghost-hunting RV trip quickly became a nightmare that neither of us would ever escape fully intact. This happened deep in the woods near the Hudson River, not far from the old Dutch church cemetery. And every word I'm about to tell you is true. You may think it's just another ghost story, but I swear, this is real. Lena and I had been planning this trip for months. I'd convinced her with promises of scenic hiking trails and visits to the landmarks tied to Washington Irving's The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. She wasn't thrilled about the ghost hunting aspect, but I knew she'd eventually come around. That's how our friendship worked. Me pushing us forward, her pulling us back from the edge. We arrived late in the afternoon, parking the RV in a secluded clearing, just off the beaten path. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long, haunting shadows through the towering oaks that surrounded us. The place felt perfect, isolated, but not so far from civilization that we couldn't easily escape. At least, that's what I told myself. "You sure about this?" Lena asked, leaning against the RV, arms crossed, her dark ponytail swaying in the cool breeze. She looked as skeptical as ever. "Come on," I said, slinging my backpack over my shoulder. "It'll be fun. We'll explore, take some pictures, and maybe freak ourselves out a little. You'll love it." "I'd love it more if we weren't camping in the middle of a ghost story," she muttered under her breath. But she followed me anyway. The first thing that happened wasn't much at first. As I unrolled my sleeping bag inside the RV, I heard it, a rhythmic sound like hooves striking the earth. "Did you hear that?" I called out to Lena, who was outside arranging firewood. "Hear what?" she called back. "That sound!" It sounded like galloping, I said, my voice faltering. Lena paused, brow furrowed, her gaze scanning the woods. The wind rustled the leaves, and for a moment the woods fell silent. "You're imagining things," she said. Maybe I was. But something about it unsettled me. The rest of the evening passed without incident, but the sense of unease stayed with me. We explored the woods, and the trail near our campsite led us to a small, overgrown clearing, dotted with headstones, some half buried in moss and creeping ivy. The names on the stones were worn away by time, but the oppressive air felt like we were trespassing on something far older, far darker than we could understand. "Let's go back," Lena said, her voice suddenly tense. "Just a few more minutes," I insisted, snapping pictures with my phone. That's when we found them, the hoof prints. Deep, perfectly shaped, and they led straight into the woods. "These are fresh," I whispered, kneeling down to inspect them. Lena frowned. "There aren't any farms around here, are there?" I shrugged, a thrill of excitement creeping up my spine. "Maybe they belong to him, the horseman." Lena rolled her eyes. "Right, and I'm sure he stopped for a latte before heading out to scare tourists." We followed the tracks deeper into the forest, but as we moved further in, the playful banter faded. The tracks stopped suddenly in the middle of a clearing, as if the horse had simply vanished into thin air. "That's weird," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Let's go back," Lena said again, her tone urgent. This time, I didn't argue. That night, the true terror began. At first, the RV felt like a safe haven. The warm glow of the lanterns, the hum of the generator, it all made the darkness outside feel distant, manageable. Lena was flipping through a book while I reviewed the photos on my phone. "Jamie," she said suddenly, her voice laced with concern. "It's cold." I looked up. My breath misted in the air, the temperature had plummeted. I shivered, pulling my sleeping bag tighter around me. The heater was on, but it wasn't doing anything. And then the knock. It was soft at first, just a faint tap on the RV door. My stomach twisted into a knot. "Did you hear that?" Lena whispered, her face pale. I nodded, but I couldn't move. I grabbed the flashlight and crept toward the door, my hand shaking. I swung it open, shining the beam of light into the darkness. There was nothing there, just the trees standing silent and still. "Probably just the wind," I said, trying to sound confident, but I knew deep down it wasn't the wind. Hours later, I woke to the sound of heavy breathing outside. I thought it was Lena at first, but when I turned, she was still sound asleep. The breathing grew louder, more guttural, closer, so close I could feel it in my bones. And then I heard it. Galloping hooves, so loud they rattled the floor beneath me. "Jamie!" Lena screamed, bolting upright. The RV shook violently as if something massive had slammed into it. I grabbed her hand, pulling her close as we huddled together, waiting for it to stop. When the shaking finally ceased, we didn't dare move. The silence that followed felt suffocating, like the world had gone still. Hours passed before the first rays of morning light dared to touch the forest. We were on edge, both of us knowing that something was wrong, something we couldn't explain. "We need to leave," Lena said as soon as the sun rose. "I know," I whispered. But when we stepped outside, the forest felt different. The trees loomed closer, their branches twisted like skeletal fingers reaching for us. And the footprints we'd left the day before? Gone, swallowed by the woods as if they'd never existed. As we packed up to leave, Lena froze. "Jamie," she said, pointing at the RV door. "It's wide open." "I locked it," I said, my throat dry. My heart was pounding in my chest as we rushed inside to check, but everything seemed normal. Everything except for the unnerving sense that we were no longer safe. The final straw came that afternoon. We tried to drive back to town, but no matter which way we turned, we always ended up back at the clearing. "It doesn't make sense," I shouted, slamming my hands against the steering wheel. Lena's face was pale, her eyes wide with fear. "We're trapped, Jamie. It won't let us leave." I didn't want to believe her, but deep down I knew she was right. Desperation led us back to the clearing where the hoofprints had disappeared. "If it wants something, we'll give it to it," Lena said, her voice trembling. I thought of the stories I'd read, stories of restless spirits and the offerings left to appease them. It was a long shot, but it was all we had. We placed personal items in the center of the clearing, Lena's bracelet, my journal. We stood there, hearts pounding, and I whispered, "Please, let us go." The woods fell silent, unnaturally so. And then I saw it. A shadowy figure on horseback, its headless form glowing faintly in the dim light. It stood at the edge of the clearing, motionless, watching us. The horse pawed the ground, and then it charged straight toward us. My heart slammed against my chest as I grabbed Lena's hand, squeezing it tightly. As the specter closed the distance between us, I thought for sure it was going to reach us. But then, just as it did, it vanished, leaving only the faint smell of smoke in its wake. When we returned to the RV, the road was clear. We didn't speak as we drove away, the forest shrinking in the rearview mirror. But I knew it wasn't over. I could still feel it, watching us from the shadows, waiting for its next victim. Even now, months later, I can still hear the galloping hooves when I close my eyes. So, if you ever find yourself tempted to visit Sleepy Hollow, remember this. Some legends are better left alone. Some things should never be disturbed. My name is Claire Hansen, and I'm 29 years old. This happened last year during a trip to Panther Swamp National Wildlife Refuge in Mississippi. I was there for research, documenting wildlife for a project I hoped would rekindle my love for fieldwork. Instead, I encountered something that has haunted me ever since. I arrived at Panther Swamp in late October, a time when the humidity starts to loosen its grip and the air feels crisper. My RV, a battered but reliable vehicle I'd nicknamed Dusty, rattled over the narrow dirt road leading to the refuge. The swamp was everything I'd hoped for, miles of dense forest and wetlands, an ecosystem untouched by human hands. I had no illusions about the challenges. Panther Swamp wasn't the kind of place you casually camped in. The trails were poorly marked, the terrain treacherous, and the wildlife unpredictable. But I'd come prepared, or so I thought. I parked Dusty in a small clearing near the edge of the swamp. The air smelled of damp earth and decaying leaves, a strangely comforting aroma for someone like me, who spent most of her life outdoors. My plan was simple. Spend a few days photographing wildlife, jotting notes, and enjoying the solitude. The first sign that something wasn't right came in the form of a warning from a bartender in the nearest town. I'd stopped there for lunch before heading into the swamp, and the man behind the bar had leaned in close as I paid my tab. "You be careful out there," he said, his voice low. People say that swamp's cursed. A witch drowned there centuries ago, and she doesn't take kindly to visitors. I laughed it off, assuming he was trying to spook a tourist. Thanks for the tip, I said, sliding my cash across the counter. His expression didn't change. You hear her crying, you get out, don't look for her. Don't follow the sounds. I nodded politely and left, though the encounter lingered in my mind longer than I cared to admit. By the time I set up camp, the sun was dipping below the horizon, casting long shadows across the swamp. The chorus of frogs and insects was deafening, a sound I found oddly comforting. I cooked a quick meal on my portable stove, scribbled a few notes in my journal, and climbed into bed. Sometime after midnight, I woke to silence. The swamp's symphony had stopped, leaving an oppressive stillness that pressed against my ears. Then I heard it, a faint, muffled sobbing. It sounded like a woman, her cries rising and falling with the wind. I sat up, my heart pounding. "Hello?" I called, my voice barely above a whisper. The crying stopped. I told myself it was nothing, just the wind or a trick of my groggy mind. But as I lay back down, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Determined to shake off the unease, I spent the next day exploring. The swamp was breathtaking in its desolation. Gnarled cypress trees rising from murky water, their roots forming strange, twisted shapes. Birds I'd never seen before flitted through the canopy, their calls echoing through the still air. I was photographing a particularly vibrant heron when I saw the first talisman. It dangled from a low branch, a crude object made of bones and twine. The bones were small, animal-like, and arranged in a vaguely human shape. Beneath it lay a circle of withered flowers, their petals brown and brittle. I took a few photos and moved on, telling myself it was some sort of ritualistic art. But as I hiked deeper into the swamp, I found more talismans, dozens of them, hanging from trees or half buried in the mud. The fog rolled in that afternoon, thick and impenetrable. It wrapped around the trees and reduced visibility to a few feet. I turned back toward the RV, my nerves on edge. Then I heard it. Claire. The voice was soft, almost a whisper, but unmistakable. My name, spoken from somewhere deep in the fog. I froze, scanning the mist for any sign of movement. "Who's there?" I called. There was no reply, just the rustling of leaves in the breeze. I quickened my pace, my boots squelching in the mud. The voice came again, closer this time. "Claire, help me!" Panic set in, and I broke into a run, not stopping until I saw Dusty's familiar shape emerging from the fog. That night, I couldn't sleep. The sobbing returned, louder this time, and accompanied by faint footsteps outside the RV. I stayed inside, clutching my flashlight and telling myself it was just an animal. The next morning, I resolved to find the source of the strange happenings. If someone was out here messing with me, I wanted answers. I followed the talismans deeper into the swamp, eventually stumbling upon a partially submerged cabin. The structure was old, its wood rotted and covered in moss. Symbols similar to the talismans were carved into the doorframe, their shapes jagged and chaotic. Inside, the air was cold and damp, carrying the faint stench of decay. The floor was littered with bones, animal and human, and strange objects I couldn't identify. In the corner, I found a journal, its pages yellowed with age. The entries were written in a shaky hand, recounting the life of a healer who had lived in the swamp centuries ago. Accused of witchcraft by her neighbors, she had been drowned in the murky waters as punishment. Her final entry read, "I curse this land and all who tread upon it. Let the swamp claim their souls as it has claimed mine." As I left the cabin, the air grew heavy, the fog thickening around me. I felt a presence, something watching, something waiting. I saw her then, standing at the edge of the water. She was tall and gaunt, her hair matted and dripping with swamp water. Her eyes were hollow sockets, and her skin hung from her bones like tattered cloth. She stared at me, unmoving, as if daring me to approach. When I took a step back, she raised a hand and pointed. The ground beneath me gave way, and I fell into the icy water. The witch was on me before I could surface, her hands like iron as they dragged me deeper. Her face was inches from mine, her empty sockets boring into my soul. "You don't belong here," she hissed, her voice a chorus of whispers. I thrashed against her grip, my lungs burning as I fought for air. My hand found a sharp reed, and I plunged it into her chest. She let out an unearthly scream, her grip loosening just enough for me to break free. I swam to the surface, gasping for air, and scrambled onto the muddy bank. The witch was gone, but her presence lingered, a weight pressing down on my chest. I ran back to the RV, my heart hammering in my chest. The fog seemed to follow me, curling around the trees like grasping fingers. I started Dusty's engine and floored it, the tires spinning in the mud before finding traction. As I drove, I heard the witch's voice one last time, faint but unmistakable. "You'll be back." I returned to civilization, shaken but alive. I published my research without mentioning the supernatural events, choosing to keep the truth to myself. But the swamp hasn't let me go. Weeks later, I found one of the bone talismans hanging on Dusty's door handle. And sometimes in the dead of night, I hear the witch's voice calling me back to Panther Swamp. My name's Colton Merrick, and back in 2018, I took my RV up to Thunder Bay, Ontario for what I thought would be a relaxing getaway. I've always been a fan of the open road, a bit of a nomad at heart, I guess. After years of crunching numbers as an accountant, I figured I deserved a little adventure. Plus, my friends joked that my midlife crisis was overdue, so why not embrace it? I arrived at a secluded campground nestled by Lake Superior, the kind of place where your nearest neighbor is a curious squirrel eyeing your trail mix. The air was crisp, and the scent of pine was a welcome change from the city's exhaust fumes. I parked my RV, which I affectionately called the Beast. Not because it was big or fast, but because parallel parking it was a monstrous task. After setting up camp, I decided to explore the area. I grabbed my hiking boots, a map, and a granola bar, because nothing says outdoorsman like processed oats and honey. As I walked through the dense forest, I couldn't help but feel a sense of peace. The rustling leaves and distant bird calls were a symphony compared to the office's incessant keyboard clacking. About an hour into my hike, I stumbled upon another campsite. It was deserted, but signs of recent activity were evident. A smoldering fire pit, a half-pitched tent, and a cooler left open with contents strewn about. Someone had a wild night, I mused. Maybe they were the type to start partying and forget the cleanup. A kindred spirit in that regard. I continued on, but something gnawed at me. Leaving a cooler open in bear country was like handing out free samples at a supermarket. It attracted all kinds. I shrugged it off, convincing myself the campers would return soon. Besides, who was I to judge? I'd left my fair share of dishes in the sink. As dusk approached, I made my way back to the Beast. The sky was painted hues of orange and purple, and the lake mirrored the colors beautifully. I set up a small fire and roasted a couple of hot dogs, gourmet dining at its finest. Just as I was about to take a bite, I heard rustling behind me. "Looking to share?" I called out, half expecting a deer or maybe that nosy squirrel. Instead, a man stepped out from the shadows. He was tall and lean, with unkempt hair and clothes that had seen better days. His eyes darted around nervously. "Didn't mean to startle you," he said, his voice raspy. "No worries," I replied, offering a friendly smile. "Hot dog?" I gestured to the spare one. He hesitated before nodding. "Thanks." We sat in silence for a moment, the crackling fire filling the void. "Name's Colton," I said, extending my hand. He looked at it for a second before shaking it firmly. "I'm Jack." "So Jack, you camping around here?" I asked. He glanced over his shoulder before replying. Something like that. I sensed he wasn't much for small talk, but awkward silences are my arch nemesis. "Beautiful night, isn't it? Stars are supposed to be extra bright tonight." He didn't respond, instead focusing intently on the fire. I noticed his hands were dirty, and there was a dark stain on his sleeve. Maybe he was a hiker who'd taken a tumble. "You okay? Need any help or supplies?" He snapped his head toward me, eyes wide. "Why would you ask that?" I raised my hands defensively. "Just being neighborly. You look like you've had a rough day." He stood up abruptly. "I should go." "All right then," I said, a bit taken aback. "Stay safe out there." Jack disappeared into the woods as suddenly as he'd appeared. I shrugged it off. People come to the wilderness for all sorts of reasons. Maybe he was searching for solitude like me. Or perhaps he just didn't appreciate my hot dog recipe. The next morning, I decided to check out a nearby waterfall that the campground manager had recommended. On my way, I passed the same campsite from before. Curiosity got the better of me, and I approached it. The tent was still half-pitched, and the cooler remained open. This time, however, I noticed something I hadn't before. A torn piece of fabric caught on a branch, stained dark red. A chill ran down my spine, not the good kind you get from a cold beer on a hot day. "Maybe it's paint," I whispered to myself, though I wasn't convinced. I took a photo with my phone, proof that I wasn't imagining things. Continuing to the waterfall seemed less appealing now, but I didn't want to jump to conclusions. Perhaps someone had an accident and went for help. I decided to head to the campground office to report what I found. The forest seemed denser, the shadows longer. Every rustle made me hyper-aware of my surroundings. "Get a grip, Colton," I muttered. "You've watched one too many crime shows." Back at the office, I found the manager, an older gentleman named Pete, sipping coffee. "Morning, Pete," I greeted. "Morning, Colton. How's the camping treating you?" "Great, great," I lied. "Hey, I came across a campsite that's been abandoned for at least a day. Looks like someone left in a hurry. Thought you should know." Pete frowned. "Whereabouts?" I described the location, and his frown deepened. "We don't have any registered campers in that area. Maybe they arrived late and planned to register today." He shook his head. "Possible, but unlikely. I'll go check it out. Thanks for letting me know." "Mind if I tag along?" I asked, not wanting to sit alone with my overactive imagination. "Sure thing." We drove in his utility vehicle, and I felt a bit more at ease with company. When we arrived, Pete examined the site carefully. "Doesn't look right," he mumbled. I showed him the torn fabric. "Found this earlier." He inspected it, his face growing stern. "Stay here," he instructed. Before I could protest, he ventured into the woods beyond the campsite. Minutes passed, each one stretching longer than the last. "We need to head back," he said briskly. "What's going on?" I pressed. He hesitated. "Found some disturbing signs. Looks like there might have been an attack." "An attack? By what, a bear?" I asked, my heart pounding. "Could be," he replied, not meeting my eyes. Back at the office, Pete radioed the local authorities. I overheard snippets, possible missing persons, evidence of struggle, needs immediate attention. I decided to return to my RV, feeling uneasy. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The trees seemed to close in, and the forest was eerily quiet, as if holding its breath. Reaching the beast, I locked the doors and drew the blinds. "So much for a relaxing getaway," I sighed. To distract myself, I pulled out a book, a thriller about a detective hunting a serial killer. Maybe not the best choice, I chuckled, opting for a cheesy romance novel instead. Night fell, and sleep eluded me. Around midnight, a faint knock echoed from the RV door. I froze. "Probably just the wind," I whispered. The knock came again, more insistent. Gathering my courage, I approached the door. "Who's there?" I called out. No response. I grabbed a flashlight and, against my better judgment, opened the door a crack. Darkness greeted me. "Hello?" A figure lurched forward, and I stumbled back. It was a woman, her face bruised, clothes torn. "Help me!" she gasped before collapsing at my feet. "Oh my God!" I exclaimed, kneeling beside her. "What happened?" She clutched my arm with surprising strength. "He's coming," she whispered. "Who? Who's coming?" Before she could answer, a rustling sounded from the woods. Panic surged through me. I pulled her inside and locked the door, my hands shaking. "Stay here," I instructed, though I had no idea what I was doing. I searched for my phone to call for help, but realized I had no signal. "Of course," I muttered. "Great time for technology to fail me." The woman was fading in and out of consciousness. I tended to her wounds as best I could, using my limited first aid knowledge. "Hang in there," I urged. A loud thud shook the RV, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. Someone, or something, was outside. The windows were small and high, making it difficult to see. "Colton," a voice called out, sing-song and chilling. My blood ran cold. It was Jack. Come out, wherever you are," he taunted. I grabbed the nearest object, a cast iron skillet. Not exactly a weapon of choice, but it would have to do. "Stay away!" I shouted, cursing myself for sounding more scared than threatening. He laughed. "We were having such a good time earlier. Why'd you run off?" I didn't reply, trying to formulate a plan. The RV was sturdy, but not impenetrable. I needed to buy time. "Why are you doing this?" I yelled. "Because it's fun," he replied casually. "And you were kind enough to invite me over." "Well, consider the invitation revoked," I snapped. Even in danger, my sarcasm couldn't be tamed. He began pounding on the door, the hinges creaking under the force. I braced myself, skillet in hand. "Time's up, Colton," he hissed. The door gave way, and Jack lunged inside. His eyes were wild, and he brandished a hunting knife, stained dark. I swung the skillet with all my might, connecting with his forearm. He yelped, dropping the knife. "You little," he snarled. I didn't let him finish. I tackled him, channeling every football game I'd ever watched. We both tumbled out of the RV, hitting the ground hard. He recovered quickly, grappling with me. "You should have stayed down," he growled. "Sorry to disappoint," I retorted, struggling against his grip. Out of nowhere, Pete appeared, wielding a shotgun. "Freeze!" he commanded. Jack hesitated, giving me the opening to break free. Pete advanced, weapon steady. "It's over, Jack." Jack smirked. "You think this ends with me?" Before Pete could respond, Jack lunged at him. A shot rang out, and Jack fell to the ground, clutching his shoulder. Sirens echoed in the distance. Police were arriving. Relief washed over me. The authorities took over, securing Jack and tending to the injured woman, whose name I learned was Lisa. She was a camper who'd gone missing 2 days prior. As statements were taken and evidence collected, I sat on the steps of the Beast, exhaustion hitting me. Pete approached, placing a hand on my shoulder. "You did good, Colton." "Didn't feel like it," I admitted. "Who is he?" Pete sighed. "Name's Jackson Reed. Wanted for multiple assaults across the province. We had reports he might be in the area, but nothing concrete." "Well, he's concrete now," I quipped, nodding toward the police car where Jackson sat, cuffed and scowling. Pete managed a small smile. "Guess so." In the final moments before the police left, I caught Jackson's gaze. His eyes were cold, devoid of remorse. But he was caught, and that was what mattered. I decided it was time to pack up and head home. Adventure achieved, though not the kind I'd anticipated. As I drove away from Thunder Bay, the sunrise painted the sky in soft pinks and oranges, a stark contrast to the night's darkness. And as for Jackson Reed, his reign of terror had ended where he least expected, thwarted by an accountant wielding a skillet. My name is Liam Carter. I'm 41 years old, and for most of my life, I've wandered the wild places of the world, capturing nature's raw beauty through the lens of my camera. For over a decade, I worked as a wildlife photographer, traveling to the most remote and untouched corners of the earth. But what happened last fall during a trip to Clark Creek Natural Area in Mississippi still haunts me. I wasn't searching for anything unusual, just peace and quiet. A chance to capture some photos for a freelance piece. But what I found, I can't shake. It has consumed my every thought since. I pulled my RV into the dirt lot late in the afternoon, the sun's blood-red light casting long, ominous shadows through the trees. Clark Creek was supposed to be a hidden gem, known for its waterfalls and rugged trails, a sanctuary for someone like me. I needed solitude. After losing my younger brother earlier that year, I had been adrift. Grief had twisted my mind into something unrecognizable, and I sought solace in the woods. Photography was my escape, my attempt to channel my sorrow into something tangible. But the peace I sought was never meant to be. The lot was empty, just the way I liked it. I parked near the trailhead, grabbed my camera, and set off into the woods. The trail was rough, tangled with dense trees and thick underbrush. My footsteps were the only sound, the only life I could hear, save for the occasional rustle of leaves. About a mile in, I came across the first waterfall. It wasn't huge, but the way the sun filtered through the trees, catching the water and reflecting it in 1,000 fractured glimmers, it was mesmerizing. That's when I noticed it. The forest had gone deathly silent. No birds, no insects, nothing. The kind of silence that clings to you, makes your skin crawl, and pricks the hairs on the back of your neck. My heart skipped, but I told myself it was just my mind, twisted by grief. I kept snapping photos, hoping the camera would capture some semblance of peace, but the air felt heavier with every click. On my way back to the RV, I spotted something strange on the trail. Footprints. Large, humanoid, but unnaturally stretched. They weren't right, not in the way they bent and elongated, as though whoever had made them wasn't walking properly. They trailed off into the woods, disappearing into the shadows. A prank, I thought. A shiver of unease crept down my spine, but I shrugged it off. That night, as I sat outside the RV, cooking dinner on my portable stove, the silence pressed in around me. It felt wrong. The trees seemed to lean in closer, the air colder, as if something was watching from the depths of the woods. I tried to brush it off. Grief plays tricks on your mind, distorts the ordinary into something sinister. But then I saw it. A shadow. It moved between the trees. Tall, impossibly so, its form jerking and twitching in a way no living thing should. My first thought was that it was a hiker, someone passing through, but the way it moved, it wasn't human. I grabbed my flashlight, scanning the area. Nothing. The next morning I encountered her. I was halfway up a trail, now capturing the early light filtering through the trees, when I saw a woman standing by one of the waterfalls. She was about my age, her face weathered, her eyes sharp, scanning everything around her as if nothing could escape her notice. "You're not from around here," she said, more of a statement than a question. "Just passing through," I replied. "I'm a photographer." She nodded, but her expression darkened. "You camping alone?" "Yeah," I answered, unsure where this was going. She hesitated, then said, "People go missing here. They don't always come back." I laughed nervously, trying to ease the tension. "Is that your way of saying the trails are dangerous?" "No," she said flatly. "It's not the trails, it's them." She pointed toward the woods, her hand trembling slightly. "The hollow ones. Spirits, or something worse. They look like us, but they're not." Don't follow them, don't listen to them, and whatever you do, don't stay after dark." Before I could ask her more, she turned and disappeared into the trees. That evening I stayed out longer than I should have, trying to catch the last slivers of golden hour light. By the time I began my walk back to the RV, the sun had dipped below the horizon, and the woods were cloaked in shadows. That's when I felt it again, the unmistakable sensation of being watched. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, my steps quickened, my breath shallow. Then I saw it. A figure, standing just off the trail, tall and gaunt. Its eyes were hollow, dark voids that seemed to drink in the little light that dared to touch it. Its face was pale, the features barely human, flickering like a dying candle flame. I froze. Instinct screamed at me to run, but my legs wouldn't move. The figure tilted its head, studying me, and then it took a step forward. Its movements were wrong, unnatural, jagged, as if it didn't understand how to walk. My breath caught in my throat. I stumbled backward, fumbling for my flashlight, but when I turned it on, the figure vanished. I thought it was over, but it wasn't. Back in the RV, I locked the doors, trying to calm my racing heart. I told myself it was just a trick of the light, a shadow cast by the trees, but then I heard it. A voice. My brother's voice. Liam. It came from the woods, faint and distant, but unmistakable. My chest tightened. It couldn't be real. But the sound, the pain in it, was so clear, so convincing. "Liam, help me." Against every instinct I had, I opened the door. The voice was louder now, urgent, pleading. My brother's voice, so close, so real. I took a step toward the woods, then stopped. The woman's warning echoed in my mind. "Don't follow them." I ran back to the RV, slamming the door behind me. The voice faded, but the sense of being watched lingered. That night, sleep never came. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it, the hollow thing's face, its eyes burning through the darkness. Around midnight, the RV began to shake. I thought it was the wind at first, but then I heard it. Footsteps circling the vehicle. Outside, the shadows moved, distorted, flickering. Figures pressed against the windows, their hollow eyes glowing faintly. My breath hitched. One of them leaned close to the glass, its face inches from mine. "Liam," it whispered, its voice low and guttural. Just when I thought the doors would burst open, there was a loud knock. I opened the door to find Maggie, the woman from the trail. She held a small pouch in her hands. "They're drawn to you," she said, stepping inside. "Your grief makes you vulnerable." She handed me the pouch, a mix of herbs and stones. "Burn this, it'll keep them at bay." I did as she said. The pungent smoke filled the RV, and outside the shadows recoiled. Their forms began to dissolve into the night. "They'll be back," Maggie said grimly. "You need to leave." She stayed with me until dawn, but before the sun could rise, she told me she had to go. "If you hear them again, don't listen, don't look, just drive." I nodded, clutching the talisman tightly. As Maggie stepped outside, the shadows returned, surrounding her. She screamed, her voice cutting through the forest like a blade, but I didn't leave the RV. When the noise stopped, I opened the door. Maggie was gone. The pouch lay at my feet, soaked in blood. The sun had barely risen when I started the engine and drove away. I never looked back, but months later, I still feel them, watching, waiting, and sometimes when I'm alone, I hear it again. My brother's voice. Liam. My name is Aller Stanfield, and this story haunts me to this day. It happened years ago, but I can still feel the dread creeping up on me in the dead of night. I've been a cop in Larkspur, Montana, for over 12 years now. Larkspur's the kind of town where secrets don't stay secret for long, where everyone knows your name before you even speak it. My father was a cop here too, and his father before him. It's the family trade, though my dad always joked that the only thing we passed down were bullets and bad coffee. But that night was different. It began like any other, with me sitting in my squad car, nursing a cup of coffee so foul it could have been used as motor oil. The radio crackled to life, pulling me from my stupor. Dispatch was sending me out to the old Harper place, an abandoned house on the outskirts of town. The Harper house had been notorious ever since the Harper family disappeared under bizarre circumstances. The locals still whispered about it, and kids dared each other to spend the night there. But nobody ever did. It was cursed. This call was different. The voice on the other end was shaky, desperate. I didn't recognize it, and that unsettled me, because I knew everyone in this town. I pulled up to the Harper house just as the last light of day bled away into darkness. It was worse than I remembered. The weeds had swallowed the yard, the house was a decaying husk, and the front door hung ajar, creaking in the wind. I radioed in my location and approached with caution. The flashlight in my hand felt like a poor defense against the suffocating darkness inside. "Hello? Is anyone here?" I called out, my voice echoing hollowly in the empty space. From upstairs, I heard it, a muffled cry. "Larkspur PD!" I shouted, climbing the creaky staircase, the wood groaning under my weight. The second floor was a mausoleum of dust and cobwebs. I followed the sound to one of the bedrooms, where the door was cracked open. Inside, a woman huddled in the corner. She was in her mid-20s, her face pale with terror, her eyes wide and unblinking. "It's okay," I said, trying to soothe her. "I'm Officer Stanfield. What's your name?" "Lydia," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "He's here. He's going to kill me." I froze. "Who?" I asked, but she only shook her head, too terrified to answer. Before I could press her further, the temperature in the room dropped. A thick, suffocating cold wrapped around me, and I felt something behind me. Something wrong. I turned, and then I saw him. A man, tall and gaunt, standing in the doorway. His eyes were hollow, black pits, and they bore into me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. His clothes hung from his thin frame in tatters, and there was madness in his gaze. "You shouldn't have come here," he rasped, his voice low and filled with venom. He lunged at me, and for a moment, I was paralyzed. The force of his attack sent us crashing into the furniture, knocking over chairs and scattering dust into the air like smoke. He was stronger than I could have imagined, and every time I tried to push him off, he only fought harder. I barely managed to break free, grabbing for my weapon. "Freeze!" I shouted, my voice shaking, but he just laughed. A laugh so cold it could freeze your blood. Before I could react, he darted from the room, moving with unnatural speed. I hesitated for just a second, glancing back at Lydia. "Stay here," I told her. I ran downstairs, my flashlight flickering in the dark, only to hear the front door slam shut with a deafening crash as I reached the bottom. Silence. Utter, suffocating silence. Then I heard it, a faint sound coming from the basement. I approached the basement door, my heart hammering in my chest. The air around me felt charged, alive with something unholy. The door creaked open, revealing a narrow staircase leading into the black void below. Each step I took echoed through the emptiness, and I could feel the eyes of the house on me. At the bottom of the stairs, there he was again. The man. His eyes glowed now, a sickly, unnatural light, and his smile was a grimace of malice. "Leave now, or you will join them," he hissed, his voice slithering into my bones. I aimed my gun, but my hands were trembling. "Not going to happen," I forced out, though I could barely hear my own voice over the pounding of my heart. He moved toward me with inhuman speed. I fired. The shot rang out, deafening in the tight space. He staggered back, but didn't fall. He only laughed again, and it was a sound so cruel, so wrong, that it seemed to warp the very air around me. Then, the whispers began. Low at first, like voices in the wind, but they grew louder, surrounding me. A hand brushed my shoulder, ice cold, and I spun around. Nothing. My pulse roared in my ears. Panic gripped me as I fired again. Nothing. The bullets had no effect. He kept coming, and I knew then that I was out of time. I dropped the gun, bracing for what I feared was my end. But then something shifted. The whispers grew louder, more frantic. The man's eyes widened in fear, and his once confident demeanor crumbled. "No! Not now!" he screamed, his voice raw with terror. Without warning, he turned and fled, disappearing into the shadows of the basement. The whispers faded, leaving nothing but an oppressive silence. I stood there, trembling, struggling to understand what had just happened. After what felt like an eternity, I climbed back up the stairs, my legs like jelly. Lydia was still in the bedroom, huddled in the corner. "It's over," I said, though I didn't believe it for a second. We left the house together, the night air biting and cold, like a reminder of what had just happened. I drove Lydia to the station, where she finally opened up about her ordeal. She and her friends had come to explore the Harper house, but when they were attacked, the others vanished. She'd been hiding ever since. We searched for days, but we never found her friends. No trace, no sign of the man. It was like they had been erased from existence. The Harper house was boarded up. Nobody dared go near it again. But the memory of that night stayed with me, gnawing at me. Years passed, but that night still clung to me like a shadow. Lydia eventually left town, seeking to escape the nightmare. I heard she went to Oregon, but we lost touch. I never found out if she ever truly recovered from what she'd seen. As for me, I kept doing my job, pushing the memories down. But Larkspur never felt the same. Every time I passed the Harper house, a chill ran through me, reminding me of the darkness that lived there, waiting. One morning I found myself running past the Harper house. I hadn't planned on it, but I found myself standing at the rusted gate, staring up at the broken windows. "Hey, you all right there, Aller?" It was Joe, the mailman. He always had a joke, a smile, a bit of sunshine in this dark town. "That place gives me the creeps," he said, shaking his head. "I don't know how you went in there that night." I didn't respond. I couldn't. Joe clapped me on the back and went on his way, but I stood there for a long time after he left, looking at the house. The ghosts were still there, hiding in the dark. I met Evelyn soon after, a nurse who had just moved to Larkspur. She brought light back into my life. We got married, and I told her about the Harper house, but she didn't judge. She understood. We had a daughter, Emily, and I tried to protect her from the shadows of the world. But I knew that darkness never truly goes away. It waits, it watches, and some places, like the Harper house, never let go. I've told Emily about the house, in bits and pieces, not to scare her, but to teach her that some places are dangerous. Some things are better left alone. As for me, I can't forget. I won't. Because Larkspur is still the same town, but it will never feel safe again. And I know that one day, the past will come crawling back from the shadows. And when it does, I'll be ready. Because some stories never end. They just wait for the right moment to return. My name is Nina Marquez, and I am 26 years old. What I experienced last October in the heart of Mississippi's Tombigbee National Forest still haunts me. What was meant to be a peaceful getaway, a chance to disconnect from the world and find myself, turned into a nightmare I struggle to comprehend. Talking about it is difficult, but I believe telling the story is the only way to understand the terror we endured. It all began with an old RV I bought off a guy on Facebook Marketplace. I'd been saving up for months, and this faded, clunky beast seemed perfect for my plans. I envisioned taking it on several trips, documenting them for my new travel blog, maybe even discovering something deeper about myself along the way. My best friends, Marcus and Emma, were eager to join me for the first trip, craving an escape from their busy city lives for a long weekend. We chose Chaka Lake as our destination, secluded enough for peace, but not so isolated we couldn't get help if something went wrong. Emma, a folklore enthusiast, was particularly excited about the area. She loved talking about legends, spirits, and curses from different cultures. At the time, I thought it was charming. Now I'm not so sure. We arrived on Friday afternoon. The sunlight filtered through the dense canopy above, casting long shadows on the ground. The air was cool, thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. The lake shimmered in the distance, framed by towering trees. We parked the RV in a small clearing near the water and began setting up camp. Marcus, ever the clown, cracked jokes about my driving skills and the RV's creaky interior, while Emma remained unusually quiet. She wandered off into the woods, her eyes scanning the trees. When she returned, she was holding a small notebook, her face pale with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. "Look at these carvings," she said, showing us rough, ancient symbols etched into the bark of several trees. They looked as though they had been scratched into the wood with something sharp, deliberate. "Probably just some kids messing around," Marcus said with a shrug. Emma frowned. "No, these are warding signs. They're meant to keep something in, or out," Marcus chuckled. "Well, let's hope they still work." I laughed nervously, brushing it off. At the time, it felt like harmless fun, a ghost story to add some flavor to the trip. But as night fell, the atmosphere changed. It began with the sounds. We were sitting around the campfire, roasting marshmallows and joking, when we heard it, a low, guttural cry that echoed through the trees. At first, it sounded like an animal, but there was something wrong about it. Something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. "Probably a coyote," I said, trying to sound confident, but my voice wavered. Emma shook her head. "Coyotes don't sound like that." Marcus, ever the skeptic, grabbed a flashlight and stood up. "I'll go check it out." "Marcus, don't," Emma said sharply. Her voice was unusually serious. He laughed, dismissing her concern. "Relax, I'll be fine." But when he returned a few minutes later, his face was ashen. "There's nothing out there," he muttered, though his voice lacked its usual bravado. "Let's just call it a night." The next morning, we found deep claw marks along the side of the RV, long, jagged streaks as if something had scraped its nails or claws across the metal. Marcus tried to laugh it off. "Probably a bear, in Mississippi." Emma crossed her arms, eyeing him. "Or a really angry raccoon." But I could tell none of us were convinced. Emma spent most of the day obsessively examining the carvings on the trees, scribbling notes in her notebook. She muttered about legends of shapeshifters and curses. Marcus and I rolled our eyes, but deep down I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. That evening, as we sat by the lake, Emma told us the legend of the Skinwalker, creatures from Native American folklore, witches who could transform into animals or even mimic other people. "They feed on fear," she said, her voice low and tense. "They can drive you mad, or worse," Marcus scoffed. "Okay, but why would a skinwalker be hanging out in Mississippi? That sounds more like a Southwest thing." Emma glared at him. "The Chaka have their own version. It's tied to this land." I tried to change the subject, but the damage was done. The shadows around us seemed deeper, the air thicker. That night, the knocking started. It was around 2 a.m. We had all been asleep when the sharp, jarring sound woke us. 3 knocks, quick and deliberate, like someone rapping their knuckles against the metal of the RV. Marcus grabbed the flashlight and opened the door. But there was nothing there. Just the cold night air and the faint rustle of leaves. Probably an animal, he muttered, though his hand trembled as he closed the door behind him. The next morning, Emma woke with muddy shoes and scratches all over her arms. She swore she hadn't left the RV, but her footprints led straight to the edge of the forest. "Something's messing with us," she whispered, her voice tight with fear. Marcus laughed nervously. "Yeah, maybe you were sleepwalking." But Emma wasn't buying it. Neither was I. That night, the tension was unbearable. We sat around the campfire again when Marcus froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Nina, what are you doing out there?" His voice trembled. I frowned. "I'm right here." He pointed. We all turned to look, and there, standing at the edge of the woods, was a figure. It looked like me. Same hair, same clothes, but its movements were jerky, unnatural. It wasn't human. Marcus bolted for the RV, and Emma and I scrambled inside, locking the doors behind us. We closed the blinds, but the knocking started again, this time all around us. Emma clutched her notebook, flipping through pages filled with symbols. "We need to protect ourselves," she said. Using sticks and ash from the fire, she recreated the warding signs she had shown us earlier, placing them around the RV. The knocking stopped, but the air was suffocating. Around midnight, the RV began to shake violently, as if something massive was trying to tip it over. Through the window, I saw the figure again. This time, its face was distorted, its eyes glowing in the darkness. Emma began chanting something under her breath, holding a small artifact, a Chaka heirloom passed down through her family. She threw it into the fire, and the creature let out a blood-curdling scream before vanishing into the woods. We left at dawn, the RV barely holding together as we sped down the dirt road. Marcus was silent, staring ahead, his face pale. Emma clutched her notebook like a lifeline. Days later, I started hearing whispers, my own voice calling my name, echoing through my head, relentless. I haven't been back to Chaka Lake since, and I'm not sure I ever will. My name's Kellen Ravenwood, and this story began in 1997, in the dense, oppressive forests around Bar Harbor, Maine. Now, if you've ever been there, you'd know that it's a place of unsettling beauty. Its picturesque shores a thin veil over something far darker. The forests stretch on like an endless nightmare, the trees thick and twisted, creating a world where the sun never fully reaches the earth. I grew up near these woods, part of the Penobscot tribe, and spent my childhood camping, fishing, and exploring the wild places with my father. He always warned me, always, about the spirit of the forest, about the things that lingered in the dark spaces beyond the trails. "The woods aren't yours, Kellen," he'd say. "You're just visiting." I never understood what he meant until that weekend. I had a few friends visiting from out of town. Marcus, a photographer obsessed with capturing the perfect shot, always trailing his expensive camera around. Jace, my reckless cousin, the kind who would walk barefoot over hot coals if dared. And Laurel, a local historian, quiet and meticulous, who only agreed to join because she hoped to find something old, something to add to her collection of forgotten relics. They wanted an adventure, so I suggested we take an overnight hike, a trek through the unmarked trails, far away from the bustle of tourists and the familiar, safe paths. I thought I knew these woods well. My father had taken me there countless times. But that was my first mistake. We set out late in the morning, the crisp air sharp with the scent of pine and salt from the distant ocean. It felt right, familiar, almost comforting, until we reached a clearing where the path should have dipped into a valley. But it wasn't there. The trail had disappeared, swallowed by the woods. No footprints, no marker stones, just endless trees standing like sentinels in the silence. I could have sworn I'd taken this exact route just months before, but now it was gone. Jace laughed it off, making jokes about my wild man instincts, but I couldn't shake the feeling gnawing at me. Something was wrong. We pushed deeper into the forest, the trees pressing in on us, their limbs heavy with age and secrets. By dusk, we still hadn't reached the lake. The temperature had dropped unnaturally fast, and a suffocating silence gripped the woods. No birds, no rustling, just our footsteps, crunching on dry leaves. Then that smell. It hit us like a slap in the face, something rotting, like the decay of something far too old. It mixed with the stench of wet dog, but stronger, heavier, almost metallic. We paused, all of us instinctively glancing around. There was nothing, just the trees and the smell. Marcus shrugged it off, blaming some dead animal nearby, but I knew. This wasn't like anything I'd smelled out here before. Still, we set up camp, pitching our tents close together. Marcus snapped photos, unaware of the tension thickening in the air. Jace, ever the joker, launched into a half-hearted ghost story. But Laurel, she was the only one who seemed to feel what I felt. Uneasy. On edge. At midnight, I woke to the sound of something crashing through the underbrush. At first, I thought it was Jace, maybe sneaking out to mess with us, but when I peeked out of my tent, I saw his was zipped tight, his snores loud enough to shake the trees. Laurel was sitting by the fire, staring into the blackness of the forest, her face pale. "What are you doing up?" I whispered. She shook her head, a trembling finger pressed to her lips signaling me to stay quiet. Then I heard it too, a low, rhythmic thumping, like something massive, moving through the woods with a slow, deliberate pace. Laurel's hand shot out and gripped my arm so tightly I could feel the pulse in her fingers. We sat frozen, hearts thundering, watching the darkness. Then I saw it. A shape, massive, moving on all fours. The silhouette of something far too large for any animal I knew. Its back was hunched, its limbs long and twisted, covered in matted fur, joints bending at odd angles. It moved with an unnatural, loping gait. I froze. Laurel's eyes locked onto mine, pale with fear. She didn't need to say it. I knew. She had seen it too. The creature stopped, sniffing the air. Then it turned its head, just enough for me to see. Its mouth, dark and wet, stained with blood. The smell hit us again, overpowering, like rotting flesh and iron. Fresh blood. We backed into the tent, trying to be as quiet as possible, but I could hear it, circling us, moving slowly, as if savoring the moment. The trees groaned with its presence. It was testing us. I gripped my hunting knife, but deep down I knew it wouldn't be enough. We sat in silence, barely breathing, as the thing prowled around us. And then, just as suddenly as it appeared, the sound stopped. The thing vanished, retreating into the woods. Morning came, but the silence had stayed with us. We packed up quickly, each of us silent, tense. Marcus, oblivious to everything, was annoyed that we hadn't let him photograph the ghostly creature he was sure was just our imagination. He didn't understand. Laurel and I shared a look. We knew what we'd seen. The hike back was even worse. We moved slowly, on edge, every snap of a twig making us jump. And then we stumbled into the clearing. Bones, dozens of them, fresh, some torn apart, others gnawed with bite marks far too large for any known animal. Scattered among the bones were scraps of clothing, soaked in blood, ripped boots, torn fabric. I bent down to examine a blood-soaked sleeve, my heart sinking. That's when I noticed something that froze me. A boot. But it wasn't just abandoned. It was ripped off, as though the person had been dragged away. Jace picked it up, turning it over in his hands, his face going ashen. Marcus took a picture, but I almost knocked the camera out of his hands. This wasn't right. My instincts screamed at me to leave, but before we could react, the smell returned. Stronger, suffocating. The air turned thick with it. The woods fell into that terrible, unnatural silence once again. Laurel's whisper broke through the dread. It's moving. Something's moving between the trees. I saw it too. Low to the ground, moving fast, cutting through the shadows with terrifying speed. We ran. No plan, no direction. Just the instinct to flee. Branches tore at us, roots tripped us, but we didn't stop. Marcus, clutching his camera, was the first to fall. He let out a strangled cry as he hit the ground. Jace reached out to pull him up, but in that moment, I saw it. The creature. Up close. Even bigger than before. Its face was twisted, wrong, like someone had tried to carve a wolf from mud and failed. Its mouth opened, revealing rows of jagged, uneven teeth, dripping with gore. It lunged. Marcus screamed, trying to crawl away, but it was too fast. A twisted claw raked across his leg with a sickening crunch, and blood poured out, staining the forest floor. I grabbed Jace and Laurel, shouting for them to run. But Marcus, he was beyond help. The creature tore into him with a hunger that made my stomach turn, its claws rending his flesh with horrifying speed. The sound was enough to make me gag, but I didn't stop. I dragged Jace and Laurel, forcing them to move faster, even as Marcus's screams echoed behind us. Hours passed, or maybe it was days, before we reached the main trail. We collapsed, gasping for breath. We flagged down a passing hiker who called for help, but by the time the authorities arrived, the creature was gone. Vanished. They found Marcus's camera, bloodied and broken. The last photo, a blur of fur and teeth. The official story? A bear attack. A freak accident. They never found the creature. Never identified it. Just an unfortunate tragedy. But I knew it wasn't a bear. Not anything from these woods. A ranger pulled me aside later. He handed me back Marcus's broken camera, his face pale. His voice was low, almost reverent, as he whispered, "They call it the Wendigo, Kellen. Whatever it was, it's not just an animal, it's hungry and it remembers." My name is Kara Harper. I'm 27 years old, and I run a small travel blog, documenting my exploration of abandoned places and hidden corners of the country. I haven't spoken about what happened 2 years ago. Not until now. It was a weekend trip to Rodney, Mississippi, a town steeped in darkness, its twisted past lurking beneath decaying walls. The memories still haunt me. It was early October, the kind of heavy, oppressive southern autumn where summer clings like an unwanted shadow. I had convinced my two closest friends, Joel and Mia, to join me on an RV road trip to explore Rodney, a ghost town I had long been obsessed with. Rodney was everything I needed for my blog. Eerie ruins, a tragic history, and whispers of restless spirits. Once a thriving town, it was abandoned after the Mississippi River swallowed its lifeblood, leaving behind only skeletal buildings and stories of terror. We arrived late afternoon, the sun sinking low, filtering through the twisted oaks that lined the desolate dirt roads. I parked the RV on the edge of what had once been the town's main street, a row of crumbling homes, broken brick walls, and the remains of an old church standing like a monument to forgotten lives. Joel, 27, already had his camera gear out, eager to capture everything. "This is going to be awesome," he grinned, adjusting his equipment. "Think I can get some drone shots if the batteries last." Mia, at 26, was the youngest of us, but also the most cautious. She had been against this trip from the start, calling it a bad idea and warning us that places like this were haunted by more than just history. She didn't respond to Joel's enthusiasm, only stared at the decaying buildings, her gaze cold and expectant, as though waiting for something to emerge from the shadows. I tried to reassure her. "Lighten up, Mia. It's just history. Nothing sinister." But she didn't reply. Her unease was palpable, and I couldn't shake the feeling that she was right to be wary. We started at the church. Its steeple sagged, a grotesque mockery of its former self. Shattered stained glass windows littered the floor, casting fractured light across the dusty pews. Joel filmed everything, cracking jokes about catching a ghost on camera. But Mia? Mia stayed close to me, flinching at every creak of the floorboards beneath our feet. "Hey, check this out," Joel called, pointing to the back wall. Scrawled in red spray paint was a message: "They never leave." I snapped a photo for my blog, trying to keep the mood light. "Creepy," I muttered. But Mia was already moving, stepping back. "This place is wrong," she whispered. We moved on to the schoolhouse. The air grew thicker, heavier, and an unsettling sweetness, like burned sugar, lingered. The schoolhouse was little more than a skeleton of broken walls and rusted desks. But something was different here. Something I couldn't explain. Mia's voice trembled. Footprints. Tiny prints, far too small to be ours, were pressed into the dust. They trailed in and out of the building as though children had been playing there recently. "That's strange," Joel said, adjusting his camera. "Maybe some kids came through here." "Why would kids be here?" Mia snapped. I shrugged it off. Probably just some locals messing around. But then we heard it. A faint, hollow laugh, children's laughter, echoing from the walls. The sound was distant, and yet everywhere. Mia's voice was barely a whisper. "Did you hear that?" "Yeah," Joel muttered, his usual sarcasm gone. "That didn't sound right." By the time we returned to the RV, the sun had set, casting long, jagged shadows across the ghost town. The air outside felt cold, unnaturally so. The generator sputtered, groaned, and then roared to life. "Great," I said, trying to make light of the situation. "Nothing like a little technical drama to keep things interesting." Mia glared at me. "You think this is funny? Something's wrong here, Kara." That night, the generator failed completely. We sat in the darkness, only our flashlights and the dim glow of Joel's camera screen cutting through the thick blackness. The air inside the RV felt suffocating, oppressive, as if the walls were closing in. Then the tapping started. At first it was faint, like rain tapping on the roof. But there was no rain. Joel aimed his flashlight at the window. A small handprint smeared across the glass. "That's not funny," he muttered, stepping back. "Who's out there?" I threw open the door, my heart hammering in my chest. The flashlight beam cut through the fog, but there was nothing. No children, no footprints, just a suffocating silence. And then Mia screamed. I spun around to see her pointing, eyes wide with terror. Figures, small, quick shapes, darted between the trees at the edge of the woods. They looked like children, but their movements were wrong. Jerky, unearthly. Joel fumbled for his camera. "Hey, who are you?" he called out. The laughter returned, but this time it was louder. Cruel. Mocking. "They're not real," Mia whispered, her voice shaking. "They're not alive." Inside the schoolhouse earlier, Mia had found an old water-damaged journal. Now her hands trembled as she flipped through the yellowed pages. "Listen to this," she whispered. She read aloud, her voice barely audible. "During a plague, the townsfolk sacrificed children to appease a malevolent spirit they believed was punishing them. They burned the schoolhouse to destroy the evidence. But the spirits of the children remain, trapped in Rodney. They want us to join them." Mia stopped, her face pale. "They want us to join them." The tapping returned, louder now. Voices, childish, sweet, chanted, "Come play with us." Then a child's voice, clear and sweet as honey, called out, "Hide and seek. If we find you, you stay forever." Joel's nervous laugh was hollow. "This is insane." But the game had already begun. The lights flickered. The door slammed shut. We ran. Into the fog, into the ruins. Anywhere but there. My heart pounded in my chest as I crouched behind a crumbling wall, hearing the sinister giggles growing closer. Joel cracked first. I heard him yelling, "I'm right here. Come and get me." When I found him, he was standing in the middle of the old schoolhouse, staring blankly, his eyes hollow, his face contorted in a grotesque mask that wasn't his. He was striking a match. "Joel, stop!" I screamed. Mia appeared beside me, clutching a handful of salt she had found in the RV. "The journal said salt can break the connection," she whispered. We scattered the salt around the room, and Joel collapsed, gasping for air. The shadow children screamed, their forms flickering like dying flames. We ran. We ran until the fog lifted, until we were back at the RV. The generator roared to life, and we didn't stop driving until Rodney was miles behind us. But the handprints never faded. They remained on the RV windows like a mark, an imprint that would never wash away. It's been 2 years since that night. Joel and Mia refuse to talk about what happened. My blog has been abandoned, and sometimes late at night, I still hear the laughter. The truck sputtered and groaned as it strained to climb the steep incline of the hill. It was the kind of noise I used to like, the sort of rattling engine that felt like it had a mind of its own. But today, the sound felt wrong, like it was protesting, warning me. Driving up this forgotten road to the ranger station in the upper reaches of Michigan had become a daily ritual. And by 2002, after 2 decades of wandering from bartending to fishing boats, I'd finally found some semblance of stability. My name's Alex Stevens, and I've always been drawn to jobs that make people tilt their heads and say, "That sounds fun, but not for me." Life here wasn't glamorous, but I'd rather fend off mosquitoes the size of chihuahuas than face the chaos of the city. This part of Michigan, it's as remote as you can get and still be on a map. I loved that about it. My cabin on the edge of Lake Superior wasn't much, but it was mine. Peaceful, quiet, or at least it used to be. Something felt off today. It was the air, the stillness. Even the birds were silent, as if they'd forgotten how to sing, the kind of quiet that clings to you and wraps around your skin. It was the beginning of spring, and everything should have been alive. But it wasn't. I don't scare easily. I've lived out here long enough to know strange things happen in the woods, things that you can't always explain, but you learn to live with. But today? It was different. The first call came in just as I was settling into the station. Seth, one of the newer rangers, told me some hikers had gone missing. They hadn't checked back in at the trailhead the night before. Normally that's nothing. People get lost, panic, then turn up safe by morning. But these hikers didn't turn up. They didn't come back at all. Seth and I jumped into the truck and headed out, the forest still and suffocating around us. The trees, those massive pines, stood so close together it felt like they were swallowing the light whole. I cracked a joke about how maybe the trees had gone on strike, refusing to photosynthesize. Seth gave a nervous half-laugh, but I could tell he was nervous. He was still green, barely a year on the job. When we reached the trailhead, we checked the map and radioed back to base. We started our search. At first, the trail was easy enough to follow, well-worn, marked with faded blazes. But about an hour in, I saw something that didn't sit right. A torn backpack, its contents scattered across the forest floor. It was fresh, recently abandoned. Whoever had owned it couldn't have been gone long. "That's strange," I muttered, crouching down to inspect it. Seth didn't say anything at first, but I could see the fear in his eyes. "What do you think did this, a bear?" I shook my head. "No, not a bear. Too clean." We moved on, deeper into the woods. The trail started to thin out, the terrain growing rugged, jagged rocks jutting from the ground like broken teeth. The trees pressed in tighter, blocking out the light, making it feel like the world had shrunk around us. And then we found him. A man, maybe in his early 40s, face down in a ravine. His body was twisted at unnatural angles, his limbs contorted like they'd been snapped by something powerful, something otherworldly. Blood soaked into the earth beneath him. But there was no drop, no cliff he could have fallen from. His death didn't make sense. Seth froze, pale as a ghost. I checked for a pulse, but I knew better. The man was gone. We radioed in, marked the location, but I knew, deep in my gut, that this wasn't over. It was going to get worse. And it did. A mile up the trail, we found the second body. A woman wedged between two massive boulders. Her torso, it was gone. Ripped open, her ribs exposed, jagged, torn like something, or someone, had feasted on her insides. Seth's voice quivered. What the hell could have done that? I didn't answer. I couldn't. Nothing made sense. It wasn't an animal attack. This wasn't the work of any bear. The wounds were too precise, too deliberate. I kept thinking about the backpack. The tears in the fabric, the way they matched the clean, methodical destruction we were seeing. Something wasn't right. My gut was screaming at me to turn back, to get out of here before it found us too. But I didn't listen. We kept searching, and that's when we heard it. A low, labored breath. Not a growl, not quite a rumble, but close enough. Close enough to freeze the blood in my veins. It was coming from behind us. Too close. It was following us. Seth's eyes widened in terror. Without thinking, he bolted off the trail, racing into the trees. "Seth, no!" I hissed, but it was too late. He was already gone. I scrambled after him, my boots slipping on the loose dirt. The forest was suffocating, silent except for the frantic pounding of my heart and the sound of that thing's breath. When I caught up to Seth, we reached a small clearing. He was standing frozen, staring at something in the center. My eyes followed his gaze. At first, I thought it was a bear. But no bear looked like that. It was hunched, its limbs long and spider-like, its head too small for its body. Its pale, patchy skin looked sick, wrong, tough fur in places where it shouldn't have been. It hadn't noticed us. Or maybe it had. I don't know. But it slowly turned, its head tilting like it was curious, like it was deciding if we were prey or just an inconvenience. Blood, fresh, dark, glistened on its jagged, bone-like appendages. I signaled to Seth, mouthing the word "run." But before either of us could move, the creature turned, letting out a wet, gurgling screech that shook me to my core. It lunged. Faster than anything I've ever seen, it darted toward us, and we ran. I don't remember much of the escape. Just the rush of trees flying past, the feeling of branches tearing at my arms, the sense that it was right behind us, hot breath on my neck. We didn't stop until we reached the truck, both of us collapsing inside, gasping for air. My hands shook as I fumbled with the keys, but somehow I started the engine. I slammed on the gas and didn't look back. The ride back to the station was silent. Seth didn't speak once, just stared straight ahead, his face drained of all color. Neither of us could make sense of what had happened. When we called it in, they sent a team to recover the bodies. But when they arrived, there was nothing left. Whatever it was, it hadn't just killed, it had fed. They brought in folks from the Department of Natural Resources, and I heard them talking about a bear attack. Officially, that's what they chalked it up to. But Seth and I knew the truth. It wasn't a bear. I don't go hiking off the main trails anymore. Hell, I don't even like being outside after sunset. Seth quit a week later and moved out west. Last I heard, he's trying to forget everything that happened here. As for me, I stay in the station where it's safe, but sometimes late at night, I think I can hear that same wet, gurgling screech coming from deep in the woods. I tell myself it's just the wind, but I know better. My name is Carter Haynes. I'm 28 years old, and this is the story of what happened a few months ago when I made the mistake of going RV camping alone in Dew National Forest, Mississippi. I had never been much of an outdoorsman, but after quitting my high-pressure tech job, I figured I needed a break from the constant hum of screens, meetings, and city noise. I craved quiet, solitude. What I didn't know was just how dangerous those things could be. I arrived at the forest on a bright Thursday morning. The drive had been smooth, the RV purring along the winding roads without a hitch. I parked at a remote campsite, deep within the woods, far away from the main trails. It was perfect. Just me, the trees, and the soft whisper of the wind. I was setting up camp when a voice cut through the air like a knife. "You sure picked the wrong spot, boy." I spun around, heart racing, to see an old man standing at the edge of my campsite. His skin was thin and leathery, his face gnarled like the bark of an ancient tree. He wore a faded flannel shirt and a tattered hat that looked older than I was. "Sorry," I said, forcing a polite smile, though a chill crawled up my spine. "The woods here," he said, gesturing behind me with a crooked finger, "ain't friendly after dark. Best you stay close to your RV and keep a light burning." I chuckled nervously. "Thanks for the advice, but I think I'll be fine." The old man didn't smile. "Suit yourself, but if you hear them whispers, don't follow." He tipped his hat and disappeared down the trail before I could ask what he meant. I spent the rest of the day exploring. The forest was stunning, the air fresh and invigorating. For a while, I felt a peace I hadn't experienced in years. As I wandered down a narrow trail, something strange caught my eye. A crumbling foundation, half swallowed by the earth. Curious, I crouched down, brushing away dirt to reveal a rusted sign. It read, "Pine Ridge Home for Children." A chill gripped my heart. I told myself it was just an eerie relic, an abandoned building with no significance. I snapped a picture and headed back to the RV as the sun dipped behind the trees. That night, the whispers started. I was sitting outside, watching the last embers of my campfire die out, when I first heard them. Soft at first, like the distant giggle of children playing, too far off to make sense of. I froze, straining to listen. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't animals. It was laughter, faint but unmistakable. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling. The laughter stopped. Silence hung heavy in the air, suffocating me. I told myself it was nothing, just the wind or my imagination, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching. I locked myself inside, heart pounding, but sleep wouldn't come. The whispers returned, closer this time, circling the RV like invisible eyes, and then... tap. A sound against the window, soft but urgent. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I gathered every ounce of courage and peeked out the window. There, in the shadows, I saw it, a figure darting into the woods, barely visible but unmistakable. My heart slammed in my chest. Who was that? What was that? I scrambled to grab my phone, hands shaking as I searched for anything that might explain what was happening. Pine Ridge Home for Children. A burned-down orphanage. The children who had escaped. But 5. They were never found. Locals claim their spirits still wandered the woods, searching for someone to play with or to join them. The next morning, desperate for answers, I returned to the ruins. The air felt wrong, thick, oppressive. As I approached the foundation, I noticed something I hadn't before. An unnatural circle of stones, each one carved with strange, indecipherable symbols. "Don't touch them." The voice made me jump. It was Fletcher, the old man, standing just behind me with an expression darker than I'd ever seen. "You're stirring up things that ought to stay buried," he muttered, his voice low and strained. "Those stones, they keep the spirits bound." I felt the weight of his words pressing down on me, but I couldn't fully understand. "Break the circle, and they'll be free," he continued, his eyes darkening. But you don't want that, boy. Trust me, you don't want that. I nodded. Not because I understood, but because I wanted him to leave. As I turned to walk back to the RV, I couldn't shake the feeling that those stones were the only thing keeping something far worse than whispers at bay. That night, the whispers turned to screams. The RV shook as something pounded on the walls. I heard small, frantic feet scrambling, scratching. When I looked out the window, I saw them. Shadowy figures with hollow eyes, their small hands clawing at the glass. And among them, standing still as death itself, was Cassidy, the young woman I met the day before. Her face was blank, pale as paper, and her eyes glowed faintly in the dark. She raised a hand and pointed directly at me. The door burst open. I scrambled backward, clutching my flashlight like a weapon, but the figures poured inside. Their laughter turned into shrieks, their small voices twisted and desperate. "Break the circle!" It was Fletcher's voice, cutting through the chaos like a thunderclap. He was standing in the doorway, holding a lantern, his face grim. "Smash the stones!" I didn't hesitate. I grabbed the hammer from my emergency kit and bolted toward the ruins. The spirits were close, their screams deafening as I ran, the air thick with their presence. I could hear them, feel them, closing in on me. I reached the circle of stones and swung the hammer. The first stone shattered, and the air rippled with a terrible, suffocating energy. I smashed another, and another, and another, until the circle was broken. The spirits let out a final blood-curdling wail before dissolving into the night, their forms fading into nothingness. I collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Fletcher helped me up, his face still grim. "They're gone now," he said, voice hollow. "But you stirred up something fierce, boy." I didn't ask him to elaborate. I didn't want to know. I packed up the RV and drove away at first light, not stopping until I was miles from the forest. I haven't been back since. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls just a little too loudly, I hear the whispers outside my window. Faint, fleeting, like they're waiting for me. And deep down, I know better. I've always been drawn to Alaska. The wilderness so raw, so untamed, it stretches farther than the human mind can fathom. When my friend Tony suggested we pack up the RV and head to Lake Clark for a weekend of fishing and camping, I didn't hesitate. It sounded like the perfect trip. 4 friends, plenty of beer, good fishing gear, and no worries. What could possibly go wrong? The drive from Anchorage was long, but the RV made it comfortable. Tony was at the wheel, cracking jokes as his girlfriend Sarah relaxed on the couch, flipping through a field guide on Alaskan wildlife. Matt, my best friend since high school, sat across from her, his legs stretched out as he worked on tying new fishing lures. I sat in the passenger seat, watching the mountains blur by, snow-capped peaks glowing under the pale afternoon sun. Lake Clark greeted us like something out of a fever dream. A vast, frozen expanse surrounded by jagged peaks and dense forests. The ice shimmered beneath the weak sun, reflecting the sky like a fractured mirror. The air was so cold it bit at your lungs, but it carried a stillness unlike anything I'd ever experienced. No cars, no hum of civilization, just us and the wilderness. We found a spot to park the RV near the lake's edge. It was close enough to admire the view, but far enough from the ice to feel safe. By late afternoon, we had our camp set up, folding chairs, a fire pit, and all our fishing gear. The first day passed exactly how you'd hope, drilling holes in the thick ice, dropping our lines, and laughing as Tony and Matt competed to catch the biggest fish. The lake groaned and cracked occasionally, like distant thunder, but we didn't think much of it. It was just the sound of the ice settling, we assumed. "Check this out!" Tony yelled, hauling up a fat trout. It flopped wildly on the ice, its silvery scales glinting in the fading sunlight. Sarah clapped, cheering him on, while Matt grumbled about beginner's luck. By the time the sun dipped behind the mountains, we had enough fish to cook up for dinner. The fire crackled, and the smell of roasting fish mixed with the crisp scent of pine. For a moment, everything felt perfect, better than perfect. It was Matt who noticed the faces first. After dinner, he wandered back to the lake, his headlamp casting long, thin beams over the ice. I was sitting by the fire when he called out, his voice tight and uncertain. "Hey guys, you've got to see this." The three of us joined him, our boots crunching on the frost. Matt stood near one of the fishing holes, his light fixed on the ice below. At first, I didn't see anything, just the usual patterns of cracks and bubbles trapped in the frozen layers. But then, I saw them. Faces. They weren't clear, more like impressions, frozen beneath the surface. But their eyes, wide, staring, frozen mid-scream. The faces rippled slightly, as though they were pressed against the underside of the ice. Trapped, desperate. "Jesus," Tony muttered, stepping back. "What the hell is that?" "It's just the way the ice formed," Sarah said quickly, though her voice wavered. "You know, like pareidolia, when your brain sees patterns that aren't really there." "I don't know." Matt's voice trailed off as his light shifted to another part of the lake. More faces stared up at us, their features twisted and blurred by the ice. "That doesn't look random to me." A sudden crack split the air, sharp, loud. It sounded like the ice was splitting beneath our feet, but when I looked down, the surface was intact. My chest tightened, my breath coming in short, visible puffs. "Let's get back to the fire," I said, trying to steady my voice. "It's getting cold." No one argued. That night, unease settled over us like a thick, suffocating blanket. The RV was warm, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Outside, the wind howled, rattling the windows and making the walls creak. I lay in my bunk, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself that the faces in the ice were nothing more than a trick of the light. It was around midnight when I heard it. The tapping. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but it was too deliberate, soft, rhythmic, like fingernails tapping against glass. I sat up, my heart pounding, and glanced toward the small window above my bunk. Nothing. The tapping came again, louder this time, from the opposite side of the RV. I climbed out of bed, careful not to wake the others, and peered out the window. The fire had burned down to embers, casting a faint orange glow over the clearing. Beyond that, the lake was a dark, featureless expanse. Then I saw it. A figure stood near the edge of the ice, tall, thin, barely more than a shadow against the snow. It didn't move, didn't make a sound, but I could feel its eyes on me, cold, piercing. My breath hitched, and I stumbled back, my pulse hammering in my ears. "Did you see that?" Matt's voice came from behind me, making me jump. He was standing in the narrow aisle, his face pale and drawn. "See what?" I whispered. He pointed toward the window. But when I looked again, the figure was gone. We didn't sleep much after that. The tapping continued throughout the night, this moving from one window to the next. Sometimes so faint it was barely audible, other times loud enough to make the glass shudder. At 3 a.m. the whispers began, low, muffled voices that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. They weren't in English. Hell, I don't think they were in any language I'd ever heard. By dawn, we were all huddled together in the main cabin, bleary-eyed and tense. The whispers had stopped, the tapping had stopped. But the RV felt colder than it should have, like the warmth from the heater couldn't reach the chill that had settled over us. "Let's pack up and leave," Sarah said, her voice trembling. "This place is wrong." Tony interrupted her, staring out the window. What the hell? We followed his gaze. The fishing lines we'd left in the holes overnight were pulled taut, frozen solid in the ice. The rods were bent at unnatural angles, their tips nearly touching the surface. A thin layer of frost clung to the lines, glittering in the early morning light. "They're snagged," Matt said, though his voice didn't sound convinced. He grabbed his coat and headed for the door. "I'm checking it out." "Matt, no," Sarah called after him, but he was already outside. I followed him, the cold biting into my skin as we approached the lake. The rods were still straining, the lines vibrating slightly as though something beneath the ice was pulling on them. "Cut the lines," I said, barely able to breathe through the knot of fear in my throat. "Just cut them and leave." Matt hesitated, then nodded. He crouched by the nearest rod and pulled out a pocket knife. The moment the line snapped, the ice groaned, a deep, resonant sound that echoed across the lake. The faces were back. This time they weren't still. They shifted beneath the ice, their mouths opening and closing, their hollow eyes rolling upward to meet ours. The ice itself warped and stretched, as if it were trying to pull us in. "Run," I whispered, my voice barely audible over the shriek of the wind. We didn't stop running until we were back in the RV. Tony slammed it into gear, and the tires spun on the frozen ground before finally catching. The engine roared as we tore out of the clearing, leaving the lake behind. But the moment we picked up speed, the windows began to frost over. At first, it was just a thin layer of ice. Then, handprints appeared, pressed against the glass from the outside. Too large, too misshapen to be human. Their fingers were long, clawed. No one spoke. We just drove. The handprints slowly faded as the frost thickened until finally the warmth of the heater melted them away. We never talked about what happened at Lake Clark. But sometimes late at night, I dream of those faces, those hollow eyes staring up from beneath the ice. And when I wake, I swear I can still hear the tapping. If there's one thing I always looked forward to, it was my annual RV camping trip. This year I sought solitude in the desolate backwoods of Oregon, far from the noise and demands of everyday life. My name's Felix Reinhardt, and I've had my share of hard knocks. Lost my business 5 years ago, and not long after, my marriage crumbled too. But this trip was my retreat, my escape from the chaos. Just me, nature, and the hum of my RV, alone with my thoughts. The morning air was crisp, the forest alive with the fiery hues of early autumn. As I set up camp by a secluded lake, I could hear the distant gurgle of a stream, the wind whispering through the trees. It was peaceful, almost idyllic, and for the first time in years, I felt a sense of peace. After a quick breakfast, I decided to hike a nearby trail that supposedly led to an old, abandoned cabin. There was something about those forgotten places, remnants of lives long gone, that always intrigued me. I packed a small day pack with water, snacks, a map, and my flashlight, eager for a glimpse into the past. The trail was barely a suggestion, more like nature's quiet invitation than a clear path, but it beckoned with the promise of adventure. Birds called overhead, and the rustling of leaves warned of small creatures darting through the underbrush. An hour in, the trail grew steeper, and the trees grew tighter together, their shadows creeping over me. The light dimmed, but I pressed on, spurred by the allure of what lay ahead. Finally, the cabin appeared, an eerie silhouette against the darkened trees. It was leaning to one side, windows shattered, its door hanging on a single hinge. The air around it was deathly still, too still. I felt an uneasy shiver crawl down my spine, but I shrugged it off. I was alone, just a man exploring an old, forgotten place. The door creaked open with a sound that seemed far too loud in the silence, and the stench of rot and mildew immediately hit me. Inside, the space was sparse. An old, blackened fireplace, a few chairs, a table that looked like it might collapse with a gust of wind. I snapped a few pictures with my phone, thinking they'd make an interesting addition to my travel blog. But something was off. As I moved deeper into the cabin, I spotted something strange. A trapdoor in the floor, half hidden beneath a tattered rug. My curiosity got the better of me. I pulled the rug aside and lifted the trapdoor. A cold, damp gust of air rushed up from below, carrying a metallic scent like rusted iron. My heart pounded as I hesitated, but something urged me to go down. I grabbed my flashlight and descended into the darkness. The cellar was small, suffocating, with stone walls and a dirt floor. Shelves lined one wall, filled with rusted jars and tools that looked like they hadn't been touched in decades. In the center of the room, a wooden crate sat ominously, bound with thick iron bands. My pulse quickened. What could be inside? I approached cautiously, and with a shaky breath, I pried the lid open. Inside, wrapped in a stained cloth, were several old journals. They looked ancient, untouched for what seemed like a lifetime. I pulled one out, opening it to the first page. The cramped, spidery handwriting was almost illegible, but I could make out enough. The previous owner of the cabin had written about his life, his isolation, and the madness that began to consume him as he believed someone, or something, was watching him. A noise above startled me. A footstep? I froze, my blood turning to ice. Another step, then another. Someone was upstairs. I turned off my flashlight, plunging the cellar into darkness. My breath came in shallow gasps, my heart pounding in my ears. I couldn't stay here, trapped in the dark, the cellar's walls closing in around me. Slowly, I climbed back up the ladder, my eyes scanning the dim light filtering through the broken windows. And then I saw him. A man. Tall, broad-shouldered, his unkempt hair and wild beard creating a visage that seemed to belong to a creature of the forest itself. He wore a torn flannel shirt, his jeans caked with dirt, and his movements were jerky, erratic. He was rummaging through my backpack, muttering to himself in a low, gravelly voice. I stayed perfectly still, hoping he wouldn't notice the trapdoor. But then he stopped, his head tilting as if listening. My heart lurched as his eyes locked onto mine. His grin was slow, malicious, spreading across his face like a predator savoring its prey. "Well, look what we have here," he said, his voice thick with mockery. "Come on up. Don't be shy." I couldn't move. My mind raced. If I stayed here, I'd be trapped. If I went up, who knew what he would do? I was unarmed, vulnerable. My flashlight was the only thing I had, but it wasn't much of a weapon. "All right," he sneered, taking a step toward the trapdoor. "Have it your way." Panic surged in me. I scrambled up the ladder, but before I could make it out, he grabbed me by the arm, yanking me up with terrifying strength and throwing me to the floor. My backpack hit the ground with a thud. The journals scattered, pages fluttering like desperate, wounded birds. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice shaking but trying to stay steady. "Name's Travis," he said, kicking the trapdoor shut. "This is my cabin. What are you doing here?" I was just exploring," I stammered, struggling to sit up. "I didn't know anyone lived here." He laughed, a harsh, humorless sound that echoed through the cabin. "No one lives here, not anymore, but it's still mine." My eyes darted around the room, searching for an escape. The door was behind him, my backpack at his feet. He followed my gaze, kicking the bag aside. "You're not going anywhere," he snarled, pulling a knife from his belt. The blade caught the faint light, gleaming with promise of violence. My stomach churned with dread. "Look, I don't want any trouble," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'll just leave. You can have your cabin back." "Too late for that," he hissed, eyes wild. "You've seen too much." Before I could react, he lunged at me. The knife slashed the air, and I barely managed to roll out of the way. My hand brushed against something cold and hard, the flashlight. I seized it, swinging it at his wrist. He yelped, dropping the knife. I didn't hesitate. I bolted for the door, grabbing my backpack as I ran. "Get back here!" Travis screamed, his voice a feral roar. I burst out of the cabin and into the woods, my legs pumping as fast as they could carry me. The trees blurred past, their branches scraping at my face, my arms, but I kept running. I could hear Travis crashing through the underbrush, his heavy footsteps getting closer. Ahead, I saw a fallen tree, its roots exposed like a natural barricade. I veered toward it, leaping over and crouching behind it, hoping he wouldn't spot me. I waited, heart hammering, until the sound of his footsteps faded into the distance. Only then did I dare move. I made my way back to camp, every snap of a twig making me jump. When I finally reached my RV, I locked the doors behind me and grabbed my keys. I couldn't stay here. Not with Travis out there. I gunned the engine and tore out of the campsite, my hands trembling on the wheel, my heart still racing. I drove for hours, not stopping until I reached a small town, parking in a well-lit lot. I sat there, staring at the dashboard, trying to calm my shaking hands. My mind raced with questions. Who was Travis? Why was he so desperate to keep that cabin a secret? And then it hit me. The journals. They were still down there in that cellar. I couldn't go back. But maybe someone else could. I pulled out my phone, fingers trembling as I typed up a message to the local authorities. I told them everything about the cabin, about Travis, about the journals. I didn't know if it would be enough, but it was all I could do. Felix Reinhardt, signing off. Traveling alone teaches you things about yourself. Dark truths that tear away your illusions. Out here in the Badlands, with nothing but my weathered RV and a mind too eager to invite darkness, I was beginning to realize how deep my cynicism ran. That's why I didn't believe the ranger at the visitor center. She was young, barely out of college, with a face too serious for someone handing out brochures. But her warning lingered, heavy in the air. "Stick to the marked trails," she said, her voice unnervingly low. "And stay away from the eastern side of the park." I raised an eyebrow, chuckling. "Why? Is it haunted?" Her eyes didn't flicker. She leaned closer, her voice dropping even further. "People get lost out there. The land, it doesn't make sense." "Doesn't make sense?" I repeated, but she was already turning back to her desk, leaving me with a crumpled map and my own arrogance. Of course, I had to see for myself. The first day was uneventful. The Badlands stretched endlessly in every direction, their jagged ridges and dust-choked plateaus like the bones of a forgotten world. I parked my RV near a dry creek bed, planning to spend the next few days hiking and documenting old pioneer trails for a project. There was something almost poetic about walking the same paths as those who risked everything, only to die in the land they tried to tame. But that first night, the poetry unraveled into something far more sinister. It started with my compass. I was charting a route when the needle began to spin wildly, jerking and twisting like a creature trying to escape. I shook it, smacked it against the table. Nothing. "Cheap junk," I muttered, tossing it aside. Then came the whispers. At first, I thought it was the wind, a soft, eerie hum that crept through the RV vents. It unsettled me, but I convinced myself it was natural. But soon, the hum grew sharper, more deliberate, murmured words in a language I couldn't place. I told myself it was nothing, just the wind, just my imagination. Still, I triple-checked the locks before crawling into bed. The next morning, I found the trail, or maybe it found me. I was headed toward the Overland Trail when I noticed it. A faint path leading into the hills, barely visible but unmistakable. It wasn't on the map. I shouldn't have followed it, but curiosity got the best of me. The trail twisted through the rugged terrain, pulling me deeper into an untouched part of the park. But as quickly as it appeared, it vanished, leaving me standing in the middle of a barren, alien landscape. Jagged rock formations loomed in every direction. No trail, no footprints. Just the oppressive silence. Then I saw it, a flicker of light in the distance, like a dying campfire. It beckoned, faint and tantalizing. Against every rational instinct, I moved toward it. The hike was grueling, my legs burning, but the light never wavered. It led me to a desolate campsite, abandoned long ago. Charred stones marked the remnants of a fire, and beside them, a leather-bound journal, yellowed with age. I opened it carefully, my heart pounding as I read the entries. A family's westward journey in the 1870s. Mundane complaints about weather, sickness, food shortages. Then, the final entry, which froze the blood in my veins. There is a path here that wasn't here before. It leads nowhere, yet we are compelled to follow. The land swallows everything. God help us. The wind howled, sharp, biting, unnatural, and then I saw her. She stood at the edge of the campsite, her dress tattered and caked with dust, her face hidden beneath the brim of a bonnet. She looked solid, real, but wrong, too still, too quiet. Hello? My voice cracked, my throat tight with dread. She raised a hand, pointing toward the hills. Then, in an instant, she vanished. By the time I staggered back to the RV, twilight was creeping over the land. The engine sputtered and died when I tried to start it. My curses filled the empty air as I popped the hood to check the battery. Dead. Grabbing a flashlight, I locked myself inside, determined to wait until dawn. But the whispers didn't wait. They returned, louder now, suffocating the space around me, filling the RV with the sound of hundreds of voices. I pressed my hands to my ears, but it was useless. The sound was inside me, inside my skull. "Stop it!" I shouted, desperate. The voices fell silent, then returned with a single word, clear, commanding, and full of terrible power. "Come." At first light, I packed a bag and stepped outside. The trail was waiting, winding through the hills like it had been there all along, like it had been watching me. The further I walked, the more the world around me warped, colors bleeding into one another, the air thick with the taste of metal. And then I saw them. Dozens of figures dressed in 19th century clothing, their faces hollow and featureless, their eyes empty pits. They moved as one, silent, flickering shadows. I called out to them, but they didn't respond. They couldn't. At the end of the trail, I found a pit. It was vast, its edges crumbling as though the earth itself was eating itself. The ghostly figures halted, all of them turning toward me. Their eyes burned into me, and I felt my soul crack under their gaze. The woman from the campsite appeared again, her face twisted in agony, a man and 2 children standing beside her. She reached out, her hand trembling. "Help us," she whispered, but her voice was a scream in my mind. Before I could react, the ground trembled, the earth splitting open. The pit yawned wide, and the figures began to fall into it, their bodies dissolving like smoke, their screams filling my mind with a sound that was worse than any scream. I ran. The whispers followed me all the way back to the RV, and when I reached it, the engine roared to life without hesitation. I drove, without looking back, clutching the journal in my hands, my body trembling, my soul fractured. I never spoke of what happened. The journal rests in a drawer, its brittle pages whispering the secrets of a land that never forgets. Some trails are meant to stay hidden, some stories are better left untold, and some ghosts should never be disturbed. The name gnawed at me, its weight heavy in my chest. a sinister curiosity that I couldn't shake. Big Bend National Park had promised solitude, a chance to escape the world's ceaseless clamor and lose myself in the quiet of the desert for my geology project. But then I stumbled upon the stories. Stories so dark, so unfathomable, that they refused to leave me in peace. A forgotten canyon, ancient carvings, and a local legend that whispered in the silence like a living thing. By the time I parked my RV at the edge of the Chisos Mountains, the sun hung low in the sky, a molten orb scorching the earth beneath it. My pulse quickened, but doubts clawed at me. Maybe it was all just superstition, local folklore meant to scare the curious, the outsiders. But what if it wasn't? What if I found something wrong? I was securing my gear when I saw him, a man leaning against a rusted truck, his weathered face etched by the unforgiving desert winds. His eyes, sunken and dull, held a glint of something darker. Fear, or perhaps an acceptance of a nightmare too vast to understand. "You headin' into the Grin?" His voice rasped, hoarse, as though it had been scraped from his throat. I nodded, curiosity bubbling despite the warnings. "You know anything about it?" Eli's lips twisted into something like a smile, but it was a smile bereft of humor, more like a grimace. He spat onto the ground and shook his head slowly, his eyes never leaving mine. "Enough to stay away. People go in there. Don't come back. Those who do, they wish they hadn't. They talk about laughter, a natural laughter. Faces carved into stone that change when you ain't looking. There are places the earth don't want you to walk. The Grin's one of them." I forced a laugh, brushing off his warnings as the ramblings of a superstitious old man. But his eyes, dark and deep, didn't leave me. He reached into his pocket, pulling out a small weathered stone, its surface carved with a spiraling symbol, shifting with the light. "Take it," he said, his voice a whisper, his tone deadly serious. "It might help, or it might doom you." I hesitated but accepted it, tucking the stone into my pocket with a muttered thanks, eager to push forward. I didn't believe in omens. I believed in discovery. The hike was suffocating, each step a battle against the oppressive heat. The canyon loomed ahead, a jagged scar in the earth that seemed to swallow the horizon. The air was thick with silence, so complete it pressed against my chest, suffocating me with every breath. Even the crunch of my boots on the dry ground seemed like an affront to the stillness. Then I saw them. The carvings. Etched into the towering rock face, they were ancient, impossibly intricate. Grinning faces, mouths stretched grotesquely wide, eyes hollow, staring straight into my soul. As I snapped photos, I felt a sudden, unmistakable chill. It was as if the air had turned to ice, the heat of the desert forgotten in an instant. I glanced back at the faces, and they had changed. Their grins had deepened. Their eyes seemed to widen, burning with hunger. I felt my stomach twist. I tried to push the feeling down, but it clung to me like the sweat on my skin. The canyon was wrong, and I was only beginning to realize just how wrong. I pressed on, the sun sinking lower, painting the canyon in shades of blood red. When I reached the heart of the canyon, shadows stretched like claws across the earth, grasping at my legs, at my very soul. I set up camp in a hollow, lighting a fire, and as the night closed in, it felt alive. The air hummed, thrumming with something ancient, something wrong. That's when I heard it. Laughter. A distant chuckle at first, too faint to make sense of. But then it grew, louder, sharper, echoing off the canyon walls. It was not laughter of joy, but of something else. Mocking, cruel, aware of my every movement. "Hello," I called, my voice quaking in the oppressive silence. The laughter answered. Louder now, a horrible sound, as though the earth itself was laughing at me. It twisted, morphing into a taunting cackle, then a low growl, now high-pitched, now a booming roar of pure malice. It was everywhere and nowhere, surrounding me, pressing against my skull, driving my sanity to the edge. I tried to focus on the fire, but the sound wormed into my mind, clawing at my thoughts until they were shredded into pieces. I didn't sleep. When I finally did Z off, the dreams were worse than the wakefulness. Grinning faces carved from stone grew and twisted, their mouths gaping wide, swallowing the night whole. I woke to silence, but it was not the relief I'd hoped for. The fire had burned out, the canyon now swallowed in an unnatural stillness. My flashlight flickered, its beam weak and dying despite fresh batteries. I turned to leave but froze. My scarf, a vivid red impossible to mistake, lay draped over a rock ahead. I hadn't taken it out since I left the RV. Something had moved it. I quickened my pace, but the laughter followed, a relentless predator stalking me. The carvings I passed were no longer just faces. They were monsters, their grins sharp with jagged teeth, their eyes now following my every movement. I could feel them, watching. And then I saw them. Footprints. They weren't mine. They were larger, deeper, as if something far more massive had passed this way. They led away from the path into the shadows and then stopped at a smooth, unbroken wall of stone. My heart pounded, panic surging through my veins. I turned and ran, my feet moving of their own accord, but the laughter followed, growing louder, becoming a shrill, mocking scream that taunted me, played with me. By the time I reached the trailhead, the sun was setting in a red blaze across the desert. My RV was in sight, a false promise of safety. But as I reached it, my blood turned to ice. The door was open. Inside, nothing seemed amiss at first. But then I saw it. My notebook, sprawled open on the counter. Its pages had been ripped and folded into twisted, grinning faces. The laughter erupted again, deafening, a roar that seemed to shake the very bones of the earth. I don't remember running. I don't remember stumbling into Eli's camp, gasping for breath, clutching the carving he'd given me as if it were the last tether to my sanity. He was waiting. "You saw it, didn't you?" he asked, his voice grim. I could only nod, too terrified to speak. Eli took the stone from me and tossed it into his fire. He began chanting, his words low and rhythmic, an incantation that seemed to pull the very darkness closer. The laughter turned into a guttural growl, and then the shadows behind the fire shifted, moved. Then I saw it. A figure, impossibly tall and thin, emerging from the darkness. Its face was a grin, stretching wide, far beyond human, its eyes burning like smoldering embers. "It feeds on fear," Eli said, his voice steady despite the horror before us. "Don't give it what it wants." The figure writhed, its grin twisting into something monstrous. The air crackled with malignant energy, and then, with an ear-splitting screech that shattered the night, it vanished into the darkness. I left the next morning, but the grin followed. A week later, I received a package with no return address. Inside, a photograph. A group of hikers stood near the canyon carvings, smiling, unaware. But in the background, barely visible, was the figure. Its grin still stretched across its face, its eyes burning like the heat of hell itself. I burned the photograph, but the image lingered, and the laughter, it never stopped. It follows me now wherever I go. Forever. I always believed Alaska held the key to the ultimate adventure. A land that felt ancient, untamed, and far removed from the sterile lecture halls of our university. So when Professor Grant offered me and 3 other geology students the chance to join him for field work in Katmai National Park, I didn't hesitate. A week in the Valley of 10,000 Smokes, studying volcanic formations, wasn't just exciting. It was a rare opportunity that could launch a career. The name alone was enough to stir the imagination. Valley of 10,000 Smokes. It sounded like something out of a nightmare. a surreal alien world. The photos we studied in preparation only intensified my anticipation. The valley, shaped by the violent eruption of Nova Rupta in 1912, stretched endlessly, its ashen fields and steaming vents creating an eerie, otherworldly landscape. It felt like we were stepping into another time, another planet. The first 2 days passed without incident. We parked the RV near a narrow trailhead, an easy gateway to some of the valley's most striking features. The air was crisp, the views staggering, and the work exhilarating, collecting samples, documenting layers of ash and pumice, and standing in awe of the place's stark, violent beauty. But as the third day descended into night, the valley no longer felt like a geological wonder. It began to feel like something alive. The sulfuric stench was the first warning. After a long day of hiking to the edge of the valley, where old lava flows had hardened into jagged cliffs, we returned to the RV, eager to rest. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows over the ash, but something in the air felt off. As I stepped out of my boots and dropped my pack by the door, the smell hit me, sharp, acrid, unmistakably sulfurous. "Anyone else smell that?" I asked, wrinkling my nose. "Smell what?" Matt, the most laid-back member of the group, was already sprawled on the RV's couch, thumbing through a field guide. "It's volcanic, sure," I said, my voice tight. "But this is stronger, like rotten eggs." Emma, our unofficial leader and Professor Grant's favorite, stepped outside, her headlamp slicing through the gathering gloom. "He's right. It wasn't this strong earlier. Could be a new vent nearby. We should check it out in the morning. Or it's just this place messing with us." No. Kelly said from the kitchenette. "A valley full of ash and steam isn't exactly comforting." "You're geologists," Emma shot back with a roll of her eyes. "This is what we signed up for." We laughed it off, but the smell clung to me, clawing at my throat even as we settled into the RV. The air felt heavier now. The rumbling woke me around midnight. At first I thought it was just thunder, but then I realized it was something deeper. A low, ominous vibration that seemed to rise from the earth itself. The RV rattled ever so slightly, just enough to jolt me awake. Disoriented, I sat up. The dim glow of the emergency light flickered, casting strange shadows across the small space. "Did you feel that?" Kelly's voice came from her bunk, tense. "Yeah," I croaked. "What was it?" "Probably seismic activity," Emma replied from the front of the RV, already pulling on her boots. "This area is active. Nothing to worry about." "I'd rather worry than ignore it," Kelly muttered, but she was already getting dressed. Matt groaned from his bunk, clearly reluctant to leave the warmth of his sleeping bag. "Come on, it's probably just the valley settling or something." But the rumbling came again, louder this time. The RV shook harder, enough to send our supply bags sliding across the floor. "Yeah, I'm sold," Kelly snapped, grabbing her jacket. "Let's check it out." We stepped into the freezing night, the sulfur-heavy air pressing down on us. The valley stretched out, bathed in faint starlight, its surface shimmering with frost and ash. For a moment, everything was still, the only sound our boots crunching through the frozen ground. Then I saw it, a faint red glow in the distance. "Do you see that?" I pointed toward the far edge of the valley, where the ground seemed to pulse with an eerie light, as if embers lay just beneath the surface. "What the hell?" Matt said, suddenly wide awake. We moved closer, our headlamps bobbing in the dark. The glow intensified, revealing jagged cracks spidering across the valley floor. The edges of the cracks gleamed red, as if something molten was just beneath the surface. "This isn't normal," Emma said, her voice unusually strained. "I don't remember seeing anything about active fissures in this area." "Should we report this?" I asked, stepping back as the heat radiating from the cracks hit my face. Emma nodded slowly, but before she could speak, Kelly gasped. Did you see that? See what? I asked, turning toward her. There, she pointed toward the steam vents. Someone moving. Impossible, Emma said instantly. There's no one else out here. I know what I saw, Kelly snapped, her hand shaking slightly. We all turned toward the vents. For a long moment, nothing moved. I started to think Kelly's mind was playing tricks on her. But then, I saw it too. A shadow moving through the steam. Its outline was human, but wrong. Its limbs were too long, its movements too fluid, like something imitating a person without understanding how to move like one. Let's go back, Matt said, his voice tight. The RV felt suffocating when we returned, its walls too thin, its locks too flimsy. We sat in silence, huddled around the table, the red glow from the cracks visible through the window. The rumbling started again, louder now, and with it came another sound. Voices. Low, distorted whispers just beneath the rumbling, their tone urgent, pleading. Do you hear that? I whispered, my throat dry. Everyone nodded, their faces pale. Tell me it's just the wind, Matt said, his voice cracking. It's not the wind, Kelly murmured, her wide eyes locked on the window. Oh my God, they're closer. I followed her gaze. Figures, moving through the valley, their shapes barely visible against the ash and steam. They moved slowly, deliberately, their outlines flickering like shadows on water. We're leaving, Emma said suddenly, standing up with a jerk. We scrambled to pack, the tension thick as the rumbling grew louder. The voices outside rose, overlapping in a haunting, maddening chorus that made my skin crawl. As Matt started the RV, I glanced out the window one last time. The figures had stopped. They stood motionless, lined up along the edge of the nearest steam vent, watching. The rumbling reached a deafening crescendo as we tore out of the valley, the ground trembling beneath us. I didn't look back. I couldn't. It wasn't until we reached the main road miles away that the sound finally faded. We stopped, gasping for breath. Emma broke the silence first. The eruption in 1912, she said, her voice shaking. It killed everything in that valley. Plants, animals, people. You think those were... Kelly's voice trailed off. But we all knew what she meant. Emma nodded slowly, her eyes wide. Spirits, or something else. Something left behind. The next morning, we inspected the RV in the light of day. The tires were covered in ash, but what caught my attention were the scorch marks near the rear wheels, long, jagged lines that looked almost like claw marks. We left Alaska soon after. None of us ever spoke about the Valley of 10,000 Smokes again. But sometimes, in the dead of night, I hear the rumbling and the whispers, always the whispers.